Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Parliamentary colleagues, good afternoon. As I rise to make a contribution to this 2021-22 mid-year budget, I want to start off by thanking the great residents of Central Grand Bahama whose voices I so proudly represent. I express my gratitude to be able to come into this honored house for 2 consecutive terms with their best interests at the forefront. They are hardworking, loving, and progressive Bahamian citizens who are simply seeking a happy and fulfilled life with stability and financial freedom. As industrious, intelligent, and forward-thinking men and women, they deserve a prosperous and advanced future for their children and their children's children. And Mr. Deputy and colleagues, I don't think that's too much to ask. But, let me pivot here for a second. We do ask a lot of our families who sacrifice so much for us to be in this place. And I was so happy to see the member for being in Grandstown yesterday. I see honored his mother and his sister who came into Parliament to be a part of his presentation. And as I watch him groveling over his mother, I say, I wish I could hear my mother pray again. I lost her yesterday, of course, Ms. Wilson, for my sin. I wish I could hear her pray again. Lost her last August. So we need to every now and then take out a moment and say thank you to our family. And with that in mind, I want to say thank you to my lovely wife, Heather, and our beautiful daughter, Jasmine Rain, who is watching from Freeport. I want to say good afternoon, and I don't know if I'm going to get ready in time to be home tonight, but if I can, I said he will be. Today, colleagues, we are fighting multiple compounded challenges as the world takes hit after hit after hit to global economic infrastructures. One of the most burgeoning issues is the erosion of food security the globe all over, and I wish today the member from Saudi Lutra was here. Small island development states like the Bahamas that continue to rely on importations are in an even more dangerous place as we face natural disasters, health crises, and now even the trickle-down or ripple effect of hostile conflict in Eastern Europe. But, Mr. Deputy, we know that we could not sustain our food consumption habits, and so the former government had already begun making moves to combat this important issue, and I'm so glad that my now leader was at the fore of that initiative. Since coming into office in May 2017 and graciously being re-elected last September, the amazing residents of Central Grand Bahama have partnered with me and my team to forge ahead with a gargantuan initiative to promote backyard farming within and throughout our communities. We started off with just a small few acres of land on South Mall Drive in Freeport, where an assortment of vegetables was grown. A team of volunteers, and I want to highlight them, including residents, church members, and students, have donated countless hours of time and effort to cultivate this property. We are now growing our famous eggplants, bell peppers, dill, sweet potatoes, cassava, onions, scallions, bananas, corn, to name a few. And I'm so proud of my team. We also now have more than 20 breadfruit plants in the ground, with more to be planted in the ensuing months. It's very important. As a result of this initiative, we, through the former minister, have distributed hundreds of backyard farming kits to residents who themselves have developed mysteriously green thumbs. That's a good thing. Mr. Deputy, I'm so excited to advise that Central Grand Bahama is in the process of expanding our garden at Bahamian Services. And this coming Saturday, we will be having our 9th edition, not the first, not the second, third, but our 9th edition of the Central Grand Bahama Farmers Market Fest at the Royal Oasis Park. This initiative has given constituents from East Grand Bahama, Marco City, Pine Ridge, West Grand Bahama, and of course Central Grand Bahama the opportunities to sell their farm produce and handmade crafts for some additional income and exposure. So I therefore invite all of my colleagues to come out on Saturday. And I know the member from Foxhill always say when he's in Freeport, he wants to go to the farmer's market. So hopefully he'll be there this weekend and he will patronize our vendors. And of course, all of the supporters. This Saturday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., we have perhaps right now over 40 vendors, and they're signing up every day who want to participate. And the good thing is the success of this initiative is that the vendors pay between $25 and $40 for their setup. And I always get the good, sweet telephone call, the good testimony of Mr. Lewis, we sold out. I was able to sell all of my produce in record time, make some extra money. One vendor in particular said she left us her client to work at her shop. Her employee didn't have one client all day. She, in a few hours, was able to raise some $500 for a boot that she paid $25 for. And that's some good ROI. So again, that's an initiative that we really want to continue. Mr. Deputy, every day is a new day. Mr. Deputy, I'm also happy to advise that discussions are in the initial stages with Harcourt Development to create a much-needed park in South Bohemia. It's been one of the cry. I vow to agitate on behalf of the constituents to ensure that this comes into fruition. Before I go on, Mr. Deputy, I want to bring attention to the recent protests held in Freeport by hundreds of residents and business owners over the state of the island economy. Yes, I was there. I stand with these stakeholders who demand that their voices and concerns be heard by the powers that be. Mr. Deputy, I am indeed a community leader. I'm a member of parliament. I'm a businessman. And most of all, I am a Grand Bahamian. The island and its people have taken beating after beating, and each time we've risen above the trials and tribulations. But Grand Bahamians are ready for more than just talk. They want action. They want movement. They want a functioning international airport, a functioning hospital, and a robust economy. And based on what I've heard this morning, it seems like government is indeed continuous. So our initiatives are being continued by the now administration. Yes, you can, I'll pause for that. I call on the powers that be to seek to address these concerns expeditiously. There are external forces that are affecting our economy, and I speak to the war in Ukraine and inflation. I believe we have an obligation to ensure that we are bettering the lives of the people we serve and are upholding the values of freedom that our forefathers fought for. Currently, the war in Ukraine is in its third week, with Russian forces unrelenting in their airstrikes and bombardment of innocent Ukrainians. We all follow the international news in shock and awe of the occurrence in Eastern Europe and pray for a ceasefire and quick resolution to the conflict. As had been expressed by our leader, the official opposition stands with the government in its condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and support the decision to work with our CARICOM partners on this sensitive issue. Russia is now beginning to feel the pressure from sanctions implemented by the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, and the rest of the globe. The Bahamas has bravely stood with the principle of sovereignty with the Office of the Attorney General and regulators of the financial services sector, issuing orders to businesses not to engage in dealing with Russian and Belarusian entities that are subject to international sanctions. But, Mr. Deputy, the unintended consequences of war will soon weigh very heavily on us, and there seems to be no safety net to protect everyday Bahamians. Since the start of the Russian-Ukraine conflict, the price of crude oil has skyrocketed. As we all know, reaching more than $100 per barrel for the first time since 2014. We are already seeing gas prices hike in New Providence on a daily basis, creeping now to almost $5 a gallon. There's growing speculation that if this continues, we'll be over 6 and eventually reach 8. Can you imagine what residents on Grand Bahama and the Family Islands who are already experiencing high gas prices will be faced with? The vast increase could essentially affect electricity costs, cost of transportation, cost of travel, cost of importation, cost of food, and overall increased cost of living. This is combined with the shipping and logistical issues that have led to increased shipping costs amidst the ongoing pandemic. Not to mention the unnecessary burden of value-added tax on bread basket items. I have to go there. Insurance, baby food and products, medicines and feminine products that were previously zero-rated under the former administration. It will be the poor household that will bear, believe it or not, the brunt of these rising prices. New data has shown that the annual inflation rate in the United States has accelerated to 7.9% in February 2022, which is the highest it has been since January 1982. The Prime Minister has said that there will be increasing inflation pressures in the upcoming fiscal year as the war intensifies. And you know, this is so serious. I spoke to a friend yesterday in Atlanta who's a contractor. He said he has plywood in his warehouse. Chipboard, you know, we call it particle board plywood, that he spent $6 for. Yesterday he went to Home Depot, $60 for board. 5/8 T&G plywood. It's now at $79.28. You can get it for $71, but you have to buy at least 48 pieces of plywood to get that price. The regular 5/8 BC plywood that we use on the roof, our roofing plywood, is now at $83.58 a piece. Yes, I said Jesus too. At the moment, we will certainly be not able to build, and that's serious. You know what's coming. It's going to come. And I asked the government, what are we doing? What are we doing to mitigate? Let us not pretend. Let us not act like deer in headlights and not act now. I want to know, has the administration began to take any steps to mitigate the pending effects of this unfortunate crisis? This is going to affect all of us. What mitigating actions are being taken to secure our nation against economic fallouts? What social service support is being implemented to help the most vulnerable in the community, especially when the New Day government allowed the unemployment benefit program to end in December? That's a real question. The Bahamian people simply want answers. They deserve a government that has the foresight to ensure these fail-safes are in place. Mr. Deputy, it has now been officially 2 years since the Bahamas confirmed its first case of COVID-19 on March 15, 2020. In less than a few days of this confirmation, the government of the day had already begun implementing mitigation efforts to stop a possible spread when at that moment we knew very little about the virus. Scientists were lost. It was this proactive action in the early days that saw stringent measures meant to protect Bahamians, so much so that confirmed cases remain significantly low in the early days. The former administration immediately recognized that the COVID-19 pandemic was going to affect our nation, and that quick, decisive action is what continues to keep the country afloat during uncertain times. What did we do? We implemented the Special Economic Recovery Zone, or the SEARCH, for Grand Bahama and Abaco in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian to provide hundreds of millions in VAT and duty exemptions to aid in the rebuilding and restoration of impacted communities. We also implemented SEARCH for lesser developed islands of the Bahamas, such as Andros and the Southern Bahamas, to have special VAT and duty exemptions for vehicles, commercial and construction activities in those islands, because we understood that those islands are also in need. And now more than ever, the construction materials being where they are now, we need to eliminate either VAT or custom duties. Shouldn't be paying VAT and custom duties. It's totally unfair. We implemented a national feeding program with the help of multiple non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, and provided over $190 million in funding to provide unemployment assistance to unemployed Bahamians across the length and breadth of this country. We issued small business loans to hundreds of SMEs and helped to keep dozens of companies open. We upgraded health care facilities and sought to provide the necessary support to respond to the challenges of the day. We ensured that VAT remained off bread basket items. We ensured that it remained zero rated. Medicine, insurance, baby food, supplies and clothing, because we knew that this would make life just a little bit easier for the common day man and woman. We knew that in the aftermath of the devastating Hurricane Dorian and newly discovered novel coronavirus, the need was great across our entire archipelago. Perhaps this new administration can seek to act before it is too late. We already know what the possible implications of yet another hit to the country's economy will be. The government must act, and they must act fast. The Turks and Caicos, as was stated by Long Island yesterday, Premier has announced that effective April 1st, the country will be offering a relief package to consumers totaling $15 million due to inflation and the ongoing crisis in Russia and Ukraine. Small, but it helps. The country will also reduce tax on fuel, gas by 25% and reduce customs processing fee by 2.5%. Again, significant. Similarly, Barbados has also announced progressive measures that will see an ease in petroleum prices at the pump for both gas and diesel. Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley has also announced that VAT on selected personal and critical care items will be zero rated starting in April. So Barbados is now getting where we used to be under the former administration. Mr. Deputy, we shouldn't lay in wait as our regional partners lead the way to deploy their own strategies unless this administration simply has no new ideas of being, and simply, and I like this, a cut and paste government. I'm glad you don't hit the delete button on your computer. You need cut and paste, because all the programs that we implemented, you cut it and you paste it into a new day and call it yours. But that's okay. Government are continuous. For God's sakes, I prefer cut and paste than delete. So we're here to support you. I call on this new day administration to present their mitigation plans for social services assistance, food security, and inflation protection for Bahamians as the war rages on and the implication of the twin tragedies deepen. On the economy, when the former government left office, you knew that the new day administration met an economy on the uptick. This is the first time a new government, I can remember in recent times, came into office and not have to worry that the Treasury was broke. I didn't hear the call. The Treasury broke. Where the money? I didn't hear that. Not after September 16. I didn't hear it. And I'm not wearing a hearing aid. I did not hear that. Money was there.
Brussels was the first.
That's why Brussels and then Dubai. But like the people say today, it's Dubai. In 5 years, it'll be bye-bye. They made it fat. Thanks to our vigilance and fiscal policies. The administration took the country from a decade of no growth to a consecutive period of economic growth prior to Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic. We ensured there was a strong pipeline of inward investment to fuel sustained economic growth. We ensure that there was a strong pipeline, I'll repeat that, of inward investment to ensure and to fuel sustained economic growth. Once the country was hit by the historic storm and global health crisis, we moved to implement several initiatives to keep the fiscal gain we had over the previous years. Mr. Deputy, the former government provided unprecedented support to Bahamian entrepreneurs and small businesses and established the Small Business Development Center, SBDC Access Accelerator, to provide direct support and funding for entrepreneurs. Access to capital has always been a problem for one group of people. We did our best to assist. Approximately 70 million had been approved by the government for SMES, and as of April 2021, 53 billion. I'll say it again, 53 million, sorry. Yes, billion is a bit too high. 53 million, I'm glad Lester is paying attention. That's why he's a leader. Had been disbursed say that again, Marco, of approximately 1,800 businesses. We have implemented the private sector employment retention program that provided over 40 million in tax credit to help meet the payroll expenses of over 1,400 companies. And that includes some 14,000 employees during the pandemic. Yes, we bankrolled some companies to keep their employees employed. One thing I heard the leader said over there yesterday, and it's a good thing. He said, it's difficult to catch a fish unless you open their mouth. Sometimes it's better to just keep your mouth shut. Sometimes it's better. You can only catch a fish if they open their mouth. Sometimes he said it yesterday, and I appreciate his wisdom. You only can catch a fish if you open his mouth. So sometimes, we ain't talking about net. We ain't talking about net, and we ain't talking about striking them with the greens. We talking about catching them with a hook. He said it. Oh, I know what greens. They ain't from the island. They know what the greens is. Much of the performance being reported can be tied directly to the arduous work of the previous administration. That's why I like you guys. Cut and paste. Let's keep on with the programs that we started. But we understand and acknowledge that governments are continuous. And we want you to succeed. Because if you win, we all win. We just want to ensure that it is done with transparency and accountability. Is that another blow? What's that? That's another hook. I see. Drink your own Kool-Aid, boy, I'm telling you. I'm drinking fresh water. I don't drink my own Kool-Aid. So, understand that. The country is now seeing a slow return to normalcy, with hotels filling up. That didn't happen over 6 months. Bahamians returning to work, and businesses are reopening. You can take the credit. Once success is there, we're all happy. We support this and simply want to see more signs pointing to a rebound in the Bahamian economy. Sometimes we trivialize certain matters, and I'm happy that the minister this morning spoke about the bridge that was being built. The Clarespan is a Clarespan Bridge, Minister, connecting North and South Abaco. And the reason why the road was there, the Dutch engineers came into our aid after Dorian, and they pushed that road across to allow access from Little Abaco to North Abaco to carry food and supplies to the people. So we realized that was not going to be a permanent fix. So I'm happy that, again, the bridge is now being installed and that creek can open up. And similarly, yesterday I heard the member from North Abaco, I wouldn't say he trivialized the work that was done at Sting Pond. And the reason why it's called Sting Pond, because it's Sting Pond. He said only about 100 feet of road was paved. It was more than that. It was called Sting Pond because the culverts under the road collapsed. And there was no tidal flow from the creek, from on both sides of the creek.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama.
I lost 5 seconds. 6.
Mr. Deputy, I think the member would be better choosing another word as opposed to using the word trivialize. I don't think the member for North Abaco intended to trivialize. He was speaking of his involvement and putting into context what had happened, but not seeking to trivialize.
Thank you,
I appreciate that, but in my view, it was downplayed. The efforts that was done. Because, again, that area is called Sting Pond for a reason. Our ecosystem was dying. There was no tidal flow. So it was not only road. We put culverts under the road to allow the flow. Now the ecosystem is charged again. The creeks are charged. And furthermore, there were a lot of accidents in that area. Because of the culvert collapsing, the road folded. So that was more than just a small, short stretch of road that was paved. It was more, and furthermore, in order to move people, goods and services, you need a road. And a small connection make a big difference. And so it was our effort to ensure that persons were able to travel back and forth from north to south. Madam Speaker, sorry, Mr. Deputy, during my time or my tenure in government, and I'll speak to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, I was given the opportunity to wear multiple hats at different times and serve in different capacities. When I took on the role as the substantive Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, I wanted to take a hands-on approach to these three major identified aspects of our Bahamian identity: youth, sports, and culture. However, I was surprised to know that there has been a decrease in the budget for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. And already, as the minister said this morning, underfunded ministry. That's a crucial ministry that is grossly underfunded. And both sides of the spectrum must agree to that. It must be underscored that youth, sports, and culture are three of the major fabrics of our Bahamian identity that requires investments at the highest level. During the last budget debate, I was able to agitate for an extra $1 million to be given to the ministry. That's not a lot compared to the other ministry, but it went up by $1 million. And now we reduced it by more than $1 million. We need to give the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture more focus. And I'm happy to hear again that plans are ongoing for the Bahamas Games next year, which will be our 50th anniversary, our golden anniversary. I'm happy to hear that. I will yield. But
The chair recognizes the honorable member, Garden Hills.
Just for facts and clarity, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture budget was not cut. We just didn't utilize the funds that was there for Junkanoo. All budgets was cut. I wouldn't even use the word cut, by 10%. We were not having Junkanoo. So the funds that we should have used for Junkanoo, we just didn't use those funds.
well, the fact that the ministry is underfunded, that money could have gone elsewhere, where it's needed. That million plus another 5 or 6 to allow your ministry to function. And I'm not taking it personal. I'm saying the need is there. The need is there for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture to receive more funding. That's a fact. Sports, we spoke this morning of the athletes, the good work that they're doing, the NBA players, the track and field athletes. We talk about the Indoor World Championship. Oh, by the way, Anthony and Devin, they're doing the 60 meters, not the 600. I know that was a little, you know, I paid, but I didn't want to correct you on the floor. But they're doing the 60 meters at the World Indoor. And not at that time, but it is integral that one very important thing that I really want to see happen is that we implement the national youth policy at such a critical juncture in our country. Mr. Deputy, it is integral that we ensure that this policy goes full speed ahead in order to protect our children, empower our youth, and provide opportunities to secure their future. We all see what's going on right now with our children and our women. You must also put incentives in place to not only stop the brain drain, but give Bahamians a reason to want to come home, back home, and be active citizens in our future development. As an Olympian, having participated in the 1996 and 2000 Summer Games, I know the blood, sweat, and tears that our athletes invest just to have the chance to perform on that global stage, to wear the Bahamas on their chest. I was one of them. I understood then and now the need to give them all the support they require as they serve on the global stage as global ambassadors for this country. And I'm glad that now Minister is a coach, is an athlete also. And he's going to do his best to ensure that they're given the full support. And I'm here, Minister, to assist in any capacity that I can. I want to go on record as saying it was the F&M government that started the athlete subvention program. No. It's the F&M government, and you can check the answer, and I'll go on record as saying it was the F&M government, the minister, F&M government, Mr. Arlington Butler, was Mr. Arlington Butler was the president of the BOC.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
No, your information is wrong on that one. The subvention program started by Sir Lyndon Finlay. It was started many years ago, and the early recipients were people like Pauline Davis, Bradley Cooper, Frank Rutherford. Those were the early ones. And you remember, let me just remind you, in 1992, when the F&M won the government, the subvention was stopped, and they had to take the matter to court. Just to put it in perspective.
That was a totally, we could debate it all day. That was a totally different issue. That was not called about the Audit Subvention Program. I remember when the program started, so Arlington Butler was the president of the BOC, and the Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture at the time was Mr. Allen, Algernon Allen. At the time, I am not asking, I'm telling you. We can go and we can debate it all day. But anyway, the artists are being subsidized, and we increase the subsidy. And you can check the record, check history. Check history. And history is not wrong. Yeah, they say back in the days that Mr. Ingham. Yeah, we know exactly what happened. Because I was one of the beneficiaries of the program. Oh no, I know for a fact. And you feel free to go and bring your documents and lay it. No, we did not. It was started. Standing on the streets like I did back in early days, begging for $1 a day, on the corner begging for $1 for things to be subsidized. I was one who stood in the hot sun, begging funds. Oh yeah, I as an athlete, trust me in this one. Oh no, I was a part of that. Oh yes, I was a part of that. You see, we hope that this government will take this a step further and provide the necessary training facilities and equipment to allow our artists to remain at the global competitive level without having to struggle or beg for help. You agree with that, Restaurant Mama? The importance of investing in our artists cannot be understated and must remain a top priority for this New Day government. And lastly, in order for us to go where we want to go, we have to know from whence we came. Our cultural makeup continues to be one of the most neglected aspects of the ministry. With the delay in Junkanoo parades over the past 2 years due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the most recent questionable display of our culture on the global stage, the government must record the fabric of our history and redefine the Bahamas' cultural identity for this new generation. We have so many amazing, brilliant, and talented.
Member, are you requesting more time?
Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe no time. Less than 2 minutes. Brilliant. We have so many amazing, and I thank you very much, brilliant and talented Bahamians in this country who are just waiting for the opportunity to shine. I know Madam Speaker would have given me 15 minutes. He's not my friend. Central Grand Bahama. We are seeing some good things happening in our country, but we know that with the unpredictability of the state of the world, we must remain on guard, and that's all of us. As always, the official opposition is here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day government. I thank the people of the Bahamas, and I thank God for His many blessings over our Commonwealth in these tumultuous times. And nowadays, we need to pray more than ever. And being grandson, I applaud you earlier in my presentation. Appreciate you for bringing your mother. And unlike you, like I said, and Weston said, when I could hear my mother pray again, appreciate her while she's here. And all of you who have your mother still alive, appreciate them. Love them while they're here. You know, I know your mother too. When they're gone, they're gone. I thank the people of the Bahamas. I thank God for His many blessings over the Commonwealth. I repeat that in these tumultuous times. I'm continually honored and grateful for this responsibility to be a representative for the people of Central Grand Bahama, and will continue to do my part to advance our country forward, upward, onward, and all of us together. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many.
Deputy Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah.
Deputy Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the constituents of Mount Moriah who chose me to represent each and every one of them in this very important place. It is not only a pleasure, but a privilege to rise on this occasion to speak to the outstanding financial achievements of this Davis-Cooper administration has accomplished in less than 6 months of taking office. Mr. Deputy, our financial accomplishments are not only measured by dollars and cents, but also measured by a sense of direction. Bahamians near and far have breathed a collective sigh of relief because finally, unnecessarily burdensome policies that were placed on the backs of everyday Bahamians by the former administration were finally lifted. Deputy Speaker, I repeat and emphasize, finally lifted. Let those words sink in. Lockdowns lifted. Curfews lifted. Health visa lifted. Off the backs of struggling everyday Bahamians. So said, so done. You see, Deputy Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is focused, strategic, and determined to return to Bahamians what is rightfully ours, our dignity and our faith in our democratic process and our collective righteous belief that we should be governed by the rule of law and not governed by the rules of lords. Our Prime Minister has lived up to his promises. He is not afraid of the challenges we face because he's brave. Deputy Speaker, the country has a Prime Minister it is now overwhelmingly proud of, not because of self-importance, but because of substantive changes being felt throughout the length and breadth of our fair country. Every Bahamian, Black, white, rich, and poor. The Davis administration is working day in and night to restore faith in what we do here in this place. The evidence of this administration's commitment to stabilization of our economy is exhibited right outside these four walls. The number of tourists visiting our shores have skyrocketed and can be seen by all. Deputy Speaker, taxi drivers are lining up for work at hotels and airports and finding it. To paraphrase a poem from the line from the poem from the leader of the opposition, bus arrived on Bay Street. The buses arrived on Bay Street, but the buses have arrived on Bay Street, but now the bus drivers will be able to increase their passenger capacity, which means more money in their pockets to take care of their families and to finally tackle unpaid debts. Why am I mentioning this, Deputy Speaker? Because there is a direct correlation between the lifting of bad policies and the increase in visitor arrivals and the decrease of the misery suffered by everyday Bahamians. Our current financial trajectory is not merely a coincidence. This administration listens to the stakeholders who are also heavily invested in our success. We rise and fall together. And this is why we act with a sense of urgency. Speak to the straw vendors and ask them how they felt when the honorable members for Fort Charlotte and South Beach reopened the straw market. When they saw their Prime Minister, who promised and delivered, walking through the aisles of the straw market. Deputy Speaker, we didn't forget. We didn't forget the people who put us in this place. Not mining and excavating for ourselves, but to work in the trenches to bring relief. We keep our heads down so Bahamians could raise their heads up. We didn't forget the hotel workers who through their service has made the Bahamas one of the most sought after destinations in the world. Thousands of hotel workers have returned to work and are gradually but surely regaining a sense of normalcy. Workers can now see light at the end of the dark, tumultuous, and unpredictable period of 2017 to 2021. Fast food restaurant workers, barmaids, local eateries are back to work on stable hours. Mr. Deputy, we can use terms like fiscal performance, borrowing deficit, current and future policy initiatives, revenue strategy, global economics to judge our success. But Deputy Speaker, those terms mean absolutely nothing to me unless Ms. Shirley, who runs the tuck shop on Melbourne Road, tell me things good. or Miss Beverly on Melbourne Road who is able to get back to work, doing what she loves to do, or the Farrington sisters and Mamas and Scully from the front of Yellow Elder who are seeking jobs, are able to find work to take care of their families. Isaac Roll, Ja Reevy, or gifted construction workers like Arthur Rollins from Millennium Gardens can say to me, Barnaby, business is booming. And until theft in Stapleton Gardens is reduced because the young brothers are working, those financial terms mean absolutely nothing to me. Simply put, what we do here must positively impact the pocketbooks of every constituency throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The national budget must find its way to impact the household budgets of every striving Bahamian.
Yes.
Fortunately, Deputy Speaker, I can report to this House that the actions of this administration has undertaken to date has positively impacted the lives of thousands of Bahamians. We in Mount Moriah are hopeful, not just for hope's sake, because there is firsthand evidence throughout our community that the engine of a very cold economy is warming up. Because we understand it is not about our future, but rather it is about the urgency of now.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, this caring PLP administration is acting with a sense of urgency that is unparalleled to any other administration. Because this administration intends to take care of the poor in this term. And in our next term, come 2026. And in any other term where we may find them. That's the PLP for you. Deputy Speaker, we are focused wholeheartedly on the people's business, and we stand on the facts. Deputy Speaker, let me address some of the facts. It is a fact that ending of the emergency order paved the way for the discontinuation of curfews, which negatively impacted the livelihoods of the most vulnerable amongst us. Ask the young men that were arrested while attempting to get water from the public pump to assist their families. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I cannot forget. I won't forget. And more importantly, the people won't forget. It is also a fact that on the 1st of July, 2018, thereabouts, the former administration increased value-added tax from 7.5% to 12%, with very little notice to the public. But on the 1st of January, 2022, after approximately 3 months in office, this PLP administration reduced value-added tax from 12% to 10%. The reduction of value-added tax will be ameliorated by the government's Revenue Enhancement Unit, which along with other agencies will ensure that the outstanding government revenue is collected. It is a fact that this PLP administration promised and delivered free COVID testing, as we recognize that any appreciable financial gains in the economy would be negatively impacted by a surge in COVID-19. Free COVID testing, in this member's humble opinion, is just simply the right thing to do. It is part and parcel of our duty and commitment to protect the Bahamian people at all costs. It is important to do what we say we were going to do when we were campaigning, because honesty in government, in governance, is transformative. It is not always about building another school or road, but being a man or woman to your word. Yes. It counts. It means something. Yeah. Ask your constituents. It means something to them. Deputy Speaker, it means that the Bahamian people can have faith in us. That when the PLP tell you they can do something, we just do it. That's transformative, Mr. Deputy. I am proud when I knock on doors in Mount Moriah, which is most Saturdays, and the people say, boy, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. By the way, colleagues, be very careful of bad advice. Don't stop campaigning. The continuation of campaigning undergirded by solid policy will lead to outstanding results. We are standing here in these hollowed walls to deliver a progressive legislative agenda because we did not forget our 10-point plan. Recover and rebuild, compassionate social relief, reconstruction and resiliency, Bahamian empowerment, commitment to the sovereign wealth fund and natural resources, revolution in education, a progressive youth agenda, a healthy Bahamas, a plan for each island, national development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we did not forget. Mr. Deputy, I now turn my attention to Parks and Public Beaches Authority. Before I proceed, I would like to take some time to thank all of the board members for their commitment and continued support. The Board of Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority is legally required to meet once per month, but because of the ongoing issues at the authority, the board has accelerated its meeting schedule and has agreed to meet twice per month. We met a few days ago to discuss the urgency of paying contractors, and will meet again on the 22nd of March. The board has worked around the clock to advocate for the payment of contractors. I have personally answered hundreds of calls and replied to hundreds of text messages of contractors seeking to be paid, some of who fall into a category of duplicated contracts, or some with no contracts at all, who were told to start working without a contract in hand. My heart goes out to those individuals as they explain to me that they worked because they were told that if they worked, they would be paid. Mr. Deputy, it is heart-wrenching. Many of them I don't know, never met in person, but I felt they're paying so much that when I was asked in early November for banking information to be paid a salary, I refused. They returned again at the end of November, and I refused again. In the middle of December, I refused again. I was advised that payments would be made for the persons only until I was advised that the persons who were verified up to that point that I accept a salary. That's what I did. I stood with them. I didn't know them. I didn't care. They were Bahamians. This role is not about money for me. I want to make my countrymen proud, my wife and children proud, my mummy proud, my constituents proud. My mummy, yeah. That's my mummy. And show my appreciation to the PM for selecting me with this incredible responsibility to serve the most vulnerable. And most importantly, to God above. Simply put, you have to have a heart for people. Deputy Speaker, I didn't know the contractors. I didn't know them, but I stood with them. These are the facts. And on Monday, Deputy Speaker, we paid out an additional $3.6 million, bringing relief to hundreds of contractors. I took responsibility for what I met in place. That is governance. No excuses. No crying. Exactly where you find it, you work with it. Just like Tall Bynes, when he found the country and the state that it was in, he worked and worked and worked again. That's what we do. And we will continue to build this great nation of ours. But Deputy Speaker, this isn't a one-man band. Don't get me mistaken. The board of the authority has assisted me. Yeah. I ain't a one-man band. It's a team. And as West Grand Bahama and Bimini said yesterday, if you come for one, all right. The board of the authority has assisted me mightily. Mr. Henry Dean and I speak late into the evenings, 9 p.m., 10 p.m., sometimes lamenting, but more often strategizing on how we can bring relief to more Bahamians. Deputy Speaker, I must acknowledge my minister, the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte, On a regular basis, he says to me time and time again, use your board. It is your protection. Do not run ahead of your board. And the decisions of the boards is unassailable. And I thank him for his guidance. That's my minister. Board members attended the verification and confirmation exercise that took place this Tuesday at the National Stadium. In attendance was Deputy Chairperson Joanne Ferguson, Secretary Debbie Lightbourne, Tissa Johnson, Craig Ferguson, and Mr. Henry Dean, and other board members were electronically updated. The board has been blessed with a diverse range of skill set which allows us to address outstanding matters. In order to serve the public better, we have formed a subcommittee for the redevelopment of Long Wharf. The subcommittee is tasked with improving the conditions of Long Wharf. At Long Wharf, Cyprian Cunningham, Mr. Eric Carey, and Mr. Sheldon Maycock are spearheading the efforts. These men have invaluable experience which will positively impact the desired outcome. I have also formed a subcommittee for pricing of contracts. The subcommittee will make recommendations as to what amounts should be awarded for each road, verge, park, and green spaces, etc., so that we can have some consistency on pricing. The subcommittee on pricing will aid in consistency. The committee will also be assisted by Mr. Rayford Rigby and Mr. Walter Saunders. You see, Mr. Deputy, I don't intend to operate the authority on my own. These individuals have decades of experience. Deputy Speaker, governance is clearly about continuity of human resources in order to advance the public good. I would also like to say thank you to Mr. Denver Hanna and Ms. Carla Saunders, Island Manager and Island Manager Assistant, who are working consistently with the roadside teams. And I also wish to acknowledge all the zone supervisors of the authority for the work that they are doing throughout New Providence. In governance, we must remember to show our appreciation and respect for the work that is being done by public servants to make our country better. They are oftentimes working in less than ideal conditions, but I say thank you publicly. And I also would like the motoring public to thank Princess McPhee, one of our roadside verge cleaners, and her team, she's a supervisor, before throwing unwanted items out of your vehicle. We can do this, Bahamas, and we can do this together. I would like to say thank you to the zone supervisors, namely Dwayne Evans, Anthony Ingram, Peter Sweeting, Michael Barr, Princess McPhee, Anton Moss, O'Neill Minnis, John Moss, and Derek Ingram. I would also like to thank the hundreds of workers that wake up every morning committed to keeping the island of New Providence clean. The island of New Providence is shaping up. However, there's much work to be done. Improvement to parks, green spaces are at the top of the board's agenda, and also expanding to the family islands as well. I would also like to thank the staff of the authority's head office who have been working in challenging conditions for many years. I said to some of you when I arrived that we will improve the conditions in which we work. So said, so done. I am pleased to announce that the Minister of State for Public Service, the Honorable Pia Glover-Roll, has facilitated my request for relocation of the authority to a new building located on Gladstone Road. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the contribution of the immediate past chairman, the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas, for his contribution in his last term for the relocation of the authority. I'd like to say thank you to him and his efforts. Deputy Speaker, you have heard much about parks and beaches in recent times. I want the public to know that the executive chairman and board are guided by the mandate enshrined in the act of the authority and must comply with the legal parameters set out in the act. Adherence to principles of good corporate governance safeguards those who are dealing with public funds and remove the appearance of corruption. At some point, we must give an account for our time in public office. By the way, accountability is not a dirty word. It is not a dirty word during the 2017 elections, and so we will keep that same energy. And here's how we give an account. For instance, Deputy Speaker, Section 18, Subsection 3 of the Public Parks and Public Beaches Act requires the authority to be audited annually by auditors appointed by the authority with the approval of the minister from among members of the Bahamas Institute of Chartered Accountants. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines an audit as a formal examination of an organization or individual accounts or financial situation. Simply put, you have to check the books. Trust, but verify. The authority has not had a financial report or audit prepared or laid in almost 5 years. And where must the audit be laid? Where must it be laid? Section 18, subsection 5 states, the minister shall lay each copy of every such audit account before each House of Parliament, the House of Parliament, together with a copy of any report made by the auditor on the accounts. This allows an independent body of accountants, certified CPAs, to check the books. This was not done. And what is good for the goose got to be good for the gander. Let me give you an example. Sweeping contracts had sweeping irregularities. First and foremost, every contract has to bear 4 signatures: the contractor's signature, the witness signature, the executive chairman's signature, and the board secretary's signature. When those signatures are affixed and penned to a contract, it is valid and binds the authority. That is straightforward. Also, there's a particular form that is used for all contracts at the authority, which has a line for each of those signatories I mentioned. The sweeper contracts were only signed by the former chairman. The contractor and witnesses and the chairman's executive assistant, I am advised, was the witness. No board secretary signatures are found on those substantial contracts. $45,926 per month for one contract, $11,625 per month on another contract, $12,400 per month on another contract, $6,951 per month. Staggering, breathtaking. My question is, where were the checks and balances where these contracts did not meet the legal standards? When the contracts were brought to my attention, having reviewed them, I was of the view that they were personal contracts, considering that there was no area for the board secretary to sign, and because the board secretary's signature was not on any of the contracts, I thought it was personal contracts. This is alarming. But again, what is good for the goose got to be good for the gander. The accounts department ought to have brought the matter to the executive chairman's attention. The contracts were null and void from the inception, in my humble opinion, and void ab initio, meaning that the contracts were null and void from the inception. What I would like to have answered are the following questions. Why wasn't the board secretary's signature affixed to the sweeping contracts? That's one. Was the board aware of the sweeping contracts at the time they were signed? That's two. Was the board aware of the substantial amounts of the contracts? Was the amounts in the contracts vetted? Did the former board members approve the contracts retrospectively? Why were these lucrative contracts not returned to the chairman by the accounts department when they were submitted for processing as a red flag because the board secretary's signature was missing? And if they were sent back and ignored, what did the accounts department do about it? Because I believe, and I may stand corrected, there were whistleblower laws as well in place to protect anyone coming forward if there was some red flags and so forth. If these contracts were voidable, should legal action be taken to return the monies to the public purse? These are some of the questions I would like answered. If it is found that the contracts were void, is there protection for the board members pursuant to Section 10, Subsection 2, wherein it states no action, suit, protection, or other proceedings shall be brought or instituted personally against any member of the board in respect of any act bona fide, I repeat, bona fide, in pursuance or execution or intended execution of this act, where a director is exempt from liability by reason only of subparagraph 1, the authority shall be liable to the extent that it would be if the member were an employee of the authority. However, if in any case the authority is not liable for any of the above mentioned acts, then subparagraph 1 does not operate to exempt such member therein. Simply put, should the authority be liable to pay for something it did not approve? That is what I would like to know. But I'm leaving it to the auditors. I'm just an attorney, the executive chairman who have a little bit of legal background on some of these matters. All board members who did not hold one meeting in more than 2 years liable to return the monies that were paid to them. Not even a virtual meeting. Not even a virtual meeting. And the question now is that fair? These are some of the questions Bahamians would like to have answered. Again, what is good for the goose should be good for the gander. And to the great people of Mount Moriah, I would like to acknowledge the families of everyone that has passed since I spoke in this place last. I would also like to acknowledge Stalwart Councillor Felix Monroe on the passing of his brother, Stalwart Councillor Hiram Audley Monroe. It is with heavy heart that I must say, until we meet again. And also I must acknowledge Sergeant Kareem Dorset, 2040-90, who passed away, police officer 2040-90, who passed away unexpectedly. He was a pillar in the community of Mount Moriah. He will be truly missed. Also, please be advised that extensive road work will be carried out on Melbourne Road for 6 to 10 weeks, replacing old water mains and pipes to correct rusty water and low water pressure experienced by residents. So said, so done. And also, we have removed derelict vehicles from the park on Sunderland Road, which have been an eyesore and health violation for several years. I told you I would rectify it. So said, so done. I'm addressing the issues that have been neglected for years. I have continued cleaning the service roads. I have also spoke to the Minister of Environment, who has assured me that garbage collection will be done frequently. Well, Mount Moriah, until we meet again, Saturday morning, same time, same place, I keep in that same energy. I thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the member from St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the member from Mount Moriah just asked some questions that I will endeavor to address. First, let me thank the honorable member from Mount Moriah for his efforts in ensuring that the hardworking persons who deserve to be paid were paid. Thank him for that, and thank him for his words in reference to the work that we would have done during our administration. As it relates, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, the sweeping contracts were fully approved by the board, and the minutes would reflect that. Unanimously approved by the board once the technical assessment was done in terms of how much and the rates. All of that was litigated at the board level, and all of them were fully approved, and the minutes will reflect that. Okay. As it relates to the contracts and how they were set out, we would have used past references Okay, we would have used past references in terms of that, and that went before the board, fully approved by the board. Now, if there needs to be some changes to that, of course, this administration has the ability to do that. I want to emphasize, as I emphasized this morning, there was no ill intent, no nefarious intent, and not to suggest that the member has said that. But I want the Bahamian people to know, because we've been in this discussion about beaches and parks for quite some time. And I have no issues. I have no issues with accountability. I also want to reference the duplicate contracts. And I had addressed this before, but I think it's very important for the public to appreciate. When we came into office, I met 50 to 60 duplicate contracts, right? Duplicate contracts. Let me emphasize, just as the duplicate contracts that happened under my watch was not sinister, and I'm going to explain, the duplicate contracts underneath the first PLP administration was not sinister either. In the report, Mr. Deputy, that the government would have referred to, there was a report that the government would have referred to, right? Okay, I think at the press conference. In that report, it says that the duplications, in that report by the accounting firm, it says that the duplications are a result of not having a proper mapping system, which I agree. And I'm sure that the honorable member and the team that he has will be able to look at that to rectify that issue. Let me just say the last thing I'll say, if I may, West Grand Bahama and Bimini, if I may, no, I see he's going to sign up, right? So, when it comes to the duplicates, right? A duplicate contract, yes, sometimes because the system needs to be fixed. You can have the cleaning of Bay Street from E Street to Parliament Street. And because the system needs to be fixed, and another contract might say the cleaning of Bay Street from Parliament Street to East Street because of the wording and the system does not pick it up. When that happens, we reassign. Those are usually reassigned. As a matter of fact, in this same report that the government would have referred to, this preliminary report, in the report, it said that those duplications were not paid. The reason I'm saying that is there was no intent to double pay. No intent. It's a function of a system that needs to be fixed. Should I accept criticism for not fixing it, knowing that it wasn't fixed under the PLP administration? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm making a distinction between the need to fix something and it being suggested, not by the member, being suggested that there was something, some criminal intent. Okay? So I think that's very, very important.
Okay.
All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Mr. Deputy, I rise on behalf of the good people of the Pinewood constituency who sent me into this place to act on their behalf. I wish to thank those said good people for their continued support. I am humbled and grateful. And I pledge to do my best to represent their interests in these hallowed halls. Mr. Deputy, I would like to commend you in your seamless transition during the absence of the Madam Speaker. And I would also like to commend my good friend, the senior clerk, who I have known for about half a century. His brother stood in best man in my wedding for guiding you through this process. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I would like to echo the sentiments as raised by Central Grand Bahama when he referenced moms and also the MP for Bain and Grantstown. And on hearing his passion speech, I immediately sent a text to my mother, Beverly LaRoda, to tell her that I love her. Because there are some times that we take things for granted, like life. I am blessed that my mom is still alive at the age of 78, a 3-time cancer survivor, but yet she is going strong, and I thank God for her. I thank God for my wife, Deidre, and for my entire family. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, again, I would like to echo the sentiments raised in this place yesterday and again by the MP for St. Barnabas, my friend, with reference to the selection of the president of UB. I myself, being a proud alumni of that institution, would have liked for a Bahamian to lead the institution, but we are a country of laws. A duly constituted board made their selection, and as much as I may disagree, I think we have to accept and try to move on and wish the institution well. I think we must be careful that the chosen president, Mr. Rowland, who I don't know, did not give that job to himself. And I think some of the comments made in this fair really is putting a lot of pressure on him. And I understand the frustration. In some ways, I feel it too. But the job has been given. Hopefully, there'll be a Bahamian who would succeed him. But we as a country, as a nation, let us be careful at how we voice our disapprovals, especially when individuals are from a country that we so depend on and continue to depend on for assistance. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I would like to give my sincere condolences to members of the Pinewood constituency who have lost loved ones, not limited to Miriam Wiley, Regina Williams, Ginger Gardner, Basil Thompson, Mildred Roll, Albert Ramming, retired nurse Violet Miller, Princess Newball Maker, Quincy Missick, Ronald Hamilton, Shervington Higgs, Philip Outing, and Eloise Henneman. May their soul rest in peace. Mr. Deputy, before I go into my substance, I would like to do some further house cleaning. I recently attended the prefect installation at the Cleveland Enia School, where I was the guest speaker. And again, I would like to congratulate those prefects, deputy head boy and deputy head girl, and head boy and head girl. At that occasion, I delivered, as promised, 10 computers and 5 printers to the computer lab at Cleveland Enius. Secondly, I met with the Minister of Works, the MP for Fort Charlotte, who I must commend. Early on in our administration, he would have mentioned to me the priority of the flooding situation in Pinewood, and he and the PALSEC in the Ministry of Works, the MP for South Beach, Mr. Bacchus Roll, Ms. Melanie Roach, the Director of Works, and other technical team at the Ministry of Works invited me for a report, one of the 4 reports that was given on bringing resolution to the flooding situation in Pinewood that has been going on for the past 40 years. It was even before that 6-month period that the team set out what the options and solutions were in a pilot program. And so I have invited the minister, and he has accepted to attend our next town hall once he is available to address those constituents of Pinewood and assure them that their PLP government has put fixing that vexing problem high on its agenda and will outlay to them our plans for bringing relief to the flooding situation in Pinewood. Secondly, I would also like to thank the minister for addressing some of the lighting situations in Pinewood. There are some issues in particular with the lighting on the park, and that cannot be attributed to the Ministry of Works. I'm advised that the Parks and Beaches Authority are responsible for that. I've spoken to the Member of Parliament for Mount Moriah, who has given me his assurance that he has contacted Mr. Paul Smith of Electro Telecoms, and in short order, those matters are going to be addressed. Also, the pond at the basketball park, I've had numerous complaints about the hedges that are grown from ladies in particular who exercise during the mornings. That too will be addressed, as will some of the road patching, especially in the Buttonwood area. That too has been brought to the attention to the Minister of Works, and I've got his assurance that those matters are being addressed. Finally, I would like to thank the Minister of Social Services and Urban Renewal for his pledge to make Pinewood one of those constituencies where we will have an urban renewal center. Pinewood is one of those areas that are in need of such a facility, and to carry out the agenda of the government, it will give us another tool in assisting our residents. Also, there will be the government's program will be further explained by the minister, but there are going to be small home repairs starting shortly in the constituency. I will make our constituencies aware of when that will happen. Certain individuals have given me their names. I want them to know that they are there, and I implore others to make us aware so that we could provide assistance for them. Also, I wish success and safe travels to the coach and principal of CV Bethel, Mr. Harcourt McCoy, and the D Squad Basketball Club as they attend a AAU basketball tournament in March 24th to the 28th this year. Gave me pleasure to make a financial contribution to defray the cost of several of those basketball players. They are from the Pinewood constituency. And like the minister, MP for Central Grand Bahama, who is an athlete, there are some other athletes in here. I know my good friend, the MP for St. Barnabas, had a stellar basketball career. And the leader of the opposition, MP for Abaco City, formed the dynamic duo on the Hastings Collegians basketball team junior league, of which I was the shooting guard and held many scoring records. He was a point guard. Say a Fadley Tiger, SC McPherson Shark, starting point guard over there. That's all right. You only could play when you could play. You could only play when you could play. Mr. Deputy, I would like to make small mention with regards to the ongoing fight in the battle against the coronavirus. And we have heard glowing stories of what was done by the previous administration, led by the former Prime Minister, who I do not question his capabilities, nor do I question his love for the Bahamian people and what he thought was right at the time. However, I'm advised that the fourth wave started in December 2021. And under the able leadership of the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines, we were able to navigate this country in a process where people returned to work, businesses were opening without lockdowns or curfews. And I think even when some were suggesting that we were being overly ambitious, and yes, we are in a time where we must be cautious. Yes, people are losing their lives. But yet we have to learn to live with this disease. And I think the last 6 months have shown us that once all are on board, because the Bahamian people and our professionals should be complimented. One, for their protocols that were installed, but also the Bahamian people who were responsible in this. And even at the point where we were close to 1,000 positive tests per day, we stayed the course, and seemingly for right now, we seem to have come out in a not too negative position. Mr. Deputy, I would just like to end this part of my contribution by informing the constituents of Pinewood that on Saturday, again, I'll be walking in the Buttonwood area, polling division number 4 and polling division number 11. It has taken me a while to get to this place. I don't take it for granted, and I want my constituents to know that I will do my best to represent their interests. I have been in my constituency 3 days this week, and this is only the 4th day. And I have another day. I try to do at least 4 days per week on average. And that is because we have a situation where there are lots of people. And the bye-bye thing that happened in 2017, I don't want that to happen to me. I'm not fool enough to believe that I can't lose, but it will not be because I did not try or do my best or make myself accessible. You know, I crack the MP for St. Barnabas all the time because in a climate where it's so toxic, it's my boy, just like Long Island over there. My boy, you know. That's all right. He won in an election where everybody get wiped out. Well, most people got wiped out. And so he must have done something right. Most of them. Well, we won that way. We've been that way before, you know. We had to go through that in 2017 when it was said that we'll never come back. This thing has changed quickly. Mr. Deputy, I turn my attention now to those institutions of which I have been given oversight by the Prime Minister, who I am deeply grateful for his confidence in me. The Bahamas Information Services, Mr. Deputy, has been languishing in an old rundown building for the past few years. One of ZNS old buildings. It is historical. I must commend again the Minister of Works. I must commend also the MP for Golden Gates, who have worked hard in us, allowing us to find, to move into our location. We have paid over $1.1 million for a building that we had not taken possession of. And so the Minister of Works and his team, 1.1 under them. Yeah, no. In short order, the Minister of Works will bring a paper to this place which will explain the costs, to Cabinet, with regards to the new digs for the Bahamas Information Services, whose staff is very excited to leave, and also the chairman of ZNS, who want them gone because he have a sentimental attachment, and I must say that on his behalf, of 1540 radio. And so both ZNS and BIS will be getting upgrades, and hopefully that will put ZNS back in the game with regards to being the top choice for entertainment in the country. We have had we're going through a restructuring of the Bahamas Information Services. I must say, Mr. Deputy, that the former director, Mr. Kevin Harris, a man who I don't know, but I must give credit when I assumed my post, his handover notes were perfect as far as I was concerned. And what was even more impressive, in a time where institutions were just loading up, there were promotions and job opportunities that was left open that in other institutions were filled. I guess he would have left them for the new government to fill those posts. And so while we could disagree on policy, and we will have fervent debate every once in a while, you give credit to the other side for the positive work in which they may do, because the door swings back in, it swings back out. And what we do on this side one day will be looked at by others. And I would like to think that we have a society of which, even when a government change, those good works would be said, as indicated on this side by the Minister of Works and also by the Prime Minister himself in talking about positives that went on. The government is continuous. We may disagree with the path to get there, both of these institutions, political institutions, I believe. We love our country. We may just have a different way of looking at the process to get to success. Mr. Deputy, I turn my attention now to the National Insurance Board, of which during the last 6 months, there have been a total of approximately $54 million that may have been paid. And we broke down into the month of July 2021, the sum of $8,789,737.50 was paid, and that was for approximately 21,000 people. Total for August 2021 was around 7.5 million. Total benefits for September was $10,132,672. The total for October was 8.8 million. November, 10.9 million. Total for December was 5.69 million. And a total on January, $2.5 million. And we look at the breakdown of those who would have benefited month by month, and we see a steep decline in the amount of beneficiaries from a high of 21,000 in July to a low of 11,800 in January this year. Clearly, the policies of the government is playing some role in the reduction of these individuals that are seeking unemployment benefits. Positive trend. I'd also like to mention the issue of the national insurance smart cards, of which there have been a lot of concern in the country, in particular with the ages of 0 to 15. And I would like to inform the public that seniors turning 60 years old who are eligible for the NIB Smart Card, they are that group of which requires a renewal. Also, minors turning 16 years old whose cards are required to have a photograph. Persons who have lost, damaged, or had their cards stolen. These are the individuals who would need to apply for the new cards. Mr. Deputy, now we get into the fun stuff, and that is the Disaster Reconstruction Authority. Mr. Deputy, I answered the member for East Grand Bahama yesterday who would have said who raised the issue of no assistance being given since this government has come to power. And I said to him, of which he agreed. I see the MP for Central Grand Bahama is there also. This minister and this government do not take the suffering of the Bahamian people lightly. And the MP for both Central Grand Bahama and East Grand Bahama knows that I try to make myself available to them and answer them honestly as to what's going on. Even before I come to the public, I would say to them matters that may affect their constituency, that I may be of assistance with. I am always willing and able to do that. I won't have to mention my good friend from Abaco City. We have conversation on a frequent basis with regards to the constituencies of which they represent. And this is a team effort. I would have known when he was the minister, also Central Grand Bahamas, St. Barnabas, and Long Island. There were times that I would have had to contact them and ask them for assistance for people I know or just some strangers who would ask me for their assistance in Pinewood. And they would have readily provided that assistance to me. And I think that I should reciprocate that. Yeah, that's true. Mr. Deputy, with regards to the Disaster Reconstruction Authority, the debris management of that agency spent a total of $9.5 million in managing the 2 sites, DMS sites, and 1 tracker station in Abaco, and $3.5 million was spent in just 4 months in Grand Bahama managing the 2 sites. Mr. Deputy, 1 contractor was responsible for that site in Grand Bahama. I would like to point out that there is a forensic audit going on, and I would not like to jeopardize that, so I will just give certain information and let the evidence be revealed in the audit report, of which we would make available. I do not presuppose, I don't throw any jazz, I won't throw any innuendos. I just let the system play out and provide the information as it was provided to me. I would like to say that during the management of these sites, that there was a gap, and I'm quoting one of the former directors, that there was a gap where the government paid $14 million without due diligence. There was a gap where the government paid $14 million without due diligence. Well, I don't know if it's all at once. Elbow Key, we had a situation with debris removal of which there was no contract. There was a notice to proceed. I'm advised that the scope of works that was not laid out was somehow underestimated. And that takes us to the Abaco Hurricane Center, of which, again, I'm going to be very guarded. But I will say this, that there was a joint venture between a Bahamian and a foreign entity for the plans and also the construction of that facility, along with some government homes, of which $400,000 was dispersed. $215,000 was dispersed to an entity that attempts had to be made to try recover those funds. A further $185,000 was paid for the plans of this, at the time, $1.8 million structure. To date, $900,000 has been spent on that project. And when I last visited the site in Abaco, I could tell you that the foundation has not been poured yet. $900,000 on a project that was scheduled from 1.8 million that has ballooned to 3.7 million. And all we have is a structure with the foundation, not poured, but steel coming out of the ground and a few courses of blocks. I'm not a construction man, but I do know that that don't sound right. And when we have a situation with the $215,000 that was spent, and I'm advised to the foreign partner who would have justified when we tried to recover those funds. And this recovery started under the F&M. So this ain't just the PLP trying to recover these funds. We were advised that the funds paid related to pre-procurement costs, of which there were 3 days of per diem at $22,000 per day. There were $22,000 per day. With regards to the home improvement, the small home, there were a total of over 3,700 homeowners seeking assistance, 1,200 owners in Grand Bahama received assistance. A total of $1.5 million went to the assistance of Abaco of Grand Bahama residents, with a sum of $585,160 going to the Abaco residents. There have been 5 houses that are presently under construction in Central Pines, of which $600,000 have already been spent. By comparison, Sweetings Key had the Rotary built a total of 17 homes for $1.5 million. Mr. Deputy, I let the Bahamian people judge that. With regards to the domes, we had 38 erected in Abaco. Of the proposed 213, approximately $4.9 million was spent, and less than 20% of those domes erected, even though 75% of the funds was given out. A further $800,000 was paid to a secondary contractor to erect domes after the initial contractor left the project. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I may need another minute.
Yes, granted.
Also, what is also concerning, that at December 2021, the DRA owed the National Insurance Board the sum of $168,793.89. There were no payments made to NIB on behalf of the staff of DRA from its inception. I want to assure the public and those employees, former and present, that we are presently addressing those matters. Pardon me? No, these are Bahamian workers. And so we finally, Mr. Deputy, the members, especially from East Grand Bahama and Central, I said yesterday that we had Mr. Burroughs inspect the wood. It's actually at a U.S. Army site. I'm not privileged to say that. And so he would have needed foreign affairs, but that will go, he will move in short order. There have been a donation of some 7,000 sheets of plywood, flooring and siding that may be made available to the DRA pending our approval of the condition of those. And East Grand Bahama and Central, along with Marco City, you will share in as Pine Ridge and West Grand Bahama. All who have suffered, we will try to address. Mr. Deputy, I thank you for indulging me. I would like to thank those constituents of Pinewood. Long live Pinewood. Long live the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Hi, Mr. Deputy. Earlier, you granted me an intervention. And just for the record, I would just like to make two more important points that was brought by the member from Mount Place. Very quickly.
Yeah.
In 2019, the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, we would have engaged an accounting firm to do an audit of the internal review of the controls of the authority. This was in 2019. Obviously, right after that, we were hit with the pandemic that suspended the work of that accounting firm in the authority. Subsequently, once the numbers started to come down, the firm was brought back in. We, at the same time, were about to engage a firm to do the external audit, and I just thought it was very important to put that on the record. Okay.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I'd like to once again express gratitude to Almighty God for this opportunity and to the residents of Marco City for their continued confidence that they've placed in our team in Marco City and myself as Member of Parliament. Mr. Deputy, today we are discussing the midterm budget report. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy, we are also forced to discuss the fiscal strategy report at the same time because this government made a determination that it would not comply with the law. The law required that the fiscal strategy report be laid in the House of Assembly and that we would have an opportunity as a parliament to discuss it in detail. The rationale behind putting together a fiscal strategy report is really to enable the government to explain in a fair amount of detail what its strategic plan and vision is for transforming the financial and economic affairs of the country. Not only did the government not comply with the law, despite using the bully pulpit while in opposition, and again using it in this place over and over and over again, referencing the Free National Movement as having not obeyed the law while in office. This administration today is engaging in the identical process that it has accused others of, except more egregious. Policymakers must be measured, truthful, more committed to governance than to politics, especially after assuming office. We must make sure that our words line up with our action. So today, as my colleagues did over the last 2 days, we will continue to reference the fiscal strategy report, but we wish to put on the public record that no public servant or member of parliament has the authority to say that laying that report in the House of Assembly is a waste of the parliament's time. They are confined to the law. They are constrained to obey that law, and they've declined to do so. The formal budget speech and midterm budget sentiments are critical policy statements by any government. They signal the government's policy direction on a number of things. They report to the country and to the world the state of the country from an economic and financial standpoint. The budget speech and the midterm statements are analyzed and dissected locally and globally by Bahamian professionals, academics, rating agencies, media, Commonwealth Development Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and by various other multilateral organizations. Their credit ratings directly determine if we can access borrowing and at what cost. I remind the House and the Bahamian people of the gravity of these speeches and statements in order to remind us all why such statements must be accurate and why they must be credible. What is said in these statements do have real impact on the prospects of the country today and tomorrow. Furthermore, they have real impact on the reputation, as you noticed over the last 2 days, of organizations and individuals referred to by influential policymakers, especially the leadership of government. That when any of us in here single out organizations and individuals, particularly in a manner that can create a narrative in the public's mind about them, their families, their operations, their motives, we ought to be very careful lest we inflict unintentionally reputational damage on persons who are not present to defend themselves. And no amount of indicating that we had no intention to do so, we have no ill will in doing so, is going to solve the issue of putting a cloud over people and organizations' heads. Mr. Deputy, in my public life, I've sought to be very careful, and I have, on more than one occasion, criticized even the organization that I am a part of in warning, be careful how we put clouds over people's head. And even when we are in possession of the facts, to the contrary, we refuse to remove it. There are a number of things in the midterm budget report that do not square fully with the facts. There are a number of things that are misleading in the report. There are a number of policy questions and issues that should have been addressed, and unfortunately, they were not. I was particularly surprised at the inordinate amount of time that was dedicated to drip feeding the public salacious parts of reports with commentary and innuendos. Some reports, I'm advised, are in fact available to be released in its entirety. But quite possibly that does not serve the purpose of those that drip feed the public. The government has at its disposal any number of levers to control the collection, collation, and dissemination of information. Nevertheless, we come in this House after months of careful, considered investigation and drip feed the public, not just in here, but through social media sites and the expansive apparatus of government in order to create a narrative. And I agree that if there's something substantive that would help the Bahamian people understand how their resources have been expended, I fully support that. And if in fact, persons have made decisions that are unwise or ill-intended, the government has an obligation to address those issues and knows every department to which that information should be sent, whether the AG's office, whether the Ministry of National Security. But it is inappropriate and reeks of an agenda when the public can be drip-fed with information despite having complete reports available, because what it does is sullies and damages the reputation of citizens and of organizations.
Yeah. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Ken Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Speaker, most of the general observations being made by the member of Abaco City is a generally accepted observations that I myself adopt. But but one of which is to ensure that you speak from a basis of fact that could align with what you're saying. And so I point to one that he's now saying. He's talking about dripping from reports that he understands exist. Well, what reports exist? And what was dripped from those reports? So I could properly answer you. Because I'm aware of no reports that has been, if you listen to what I had to say very early, my first statement I said, investigations are ongoing. The challenge with the investigation has been that vendors have not been cooperative. And I gave an advice. And that advice was that it was unwise not to cooperate. Otherwise, anxious consideration could be given to ensuring that the mechanisms, so you're speaking as a fact that there's a report, and you're speaking as a fact that dribs are coming from the report. Identify those reports, please, for me, and identify what has been dripping from them so that I can address them.
Thank you,
The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador spent a tremendous amount of time, as has other colleagues, representing that there were persons who made decisions relative to government financing that was the cause of great concern, and I have actually heard the word malfeasance. My point is simply this, that if you do not have the complete report, no, because I'm not directed like a child, that's why I didn't answer. If you do not have the complete information available, and the information can be obtained in a timely fashion, what hinders the government from putting out, again, with respect to beaches and parks, we were promised in January that we'd get the report. But there seemed to have been sufficient information to tell the tale desired, to paint the picture they wish for the public to view. And the same is true with respect to the government food program. And all we're saying is, we, like you, believe in transparency in government, and therefore, if you have information that you believe that the public ought to have in its domain, that should be turned over to a certain administration, a certain government department, to do so. Unfortunately, what has happened is a number of persons, their organizations, and they themselves have been unintentionally, I'm sure, sullied, and it should not happen. That is the point that I'm making. So if you don't have all the information, then why do what?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Abaco City has quite rightly laid out what our obligations are in respect to the handling of public finances. And he too has acknowledged that we should make known and disclose, if we are of the view of any issues that may relate to the handling of public funds and the finances. No drip feeding at all. There's no drip feeding at all. The question you are saying drip feeding, and you are saying dripping from a report, and I asked you to specifically identify the drip, and I asked you to identify the report.
Let me do it for you. You helped me, member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, in your last presentation, where you indicated that you now have additional information, and you continue to receive information, and you continue to release it. From my agriculture background, and I'm not an expert, but I do have associates and bachelors in it. There is a drip feeder, where you release periodically information, and the information, unfortunately, has targeted organizations and persons who are unable to defend themselves. Why not release all of the information in its totality?
Honourable member,
Yes.
I would gladly release all information. I'm releasing the information that is at hand and hoping to get all the other information. And as I speak, more comes to me. But what I'm saying to
One
you,
at a time, Marco City. Let me on the floor.
What I'm saying to the member, right? You know, this conversation that we're having wouldn't have to happen, you know. If you sat around a table, this conversation.
Honorable members, no, Marco City, yeah.
No.
Marco City, honorable members, Sergeant. Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
He has the floor. Listen, he has the floor. Listen, we will operate. Members. We will operate.
The point of order, Mr. Speaker. I was speaking.
Listen to me.
I'm not
okay, but he is not lecturing you. Yeah, okay. He has the floor. Honorable member for Cat Island, you have the floor. One person on the floor at a time.
I sense that the member is challenged by the fact that when I speak from fact. And I could back up, and I have the information to do so. It's not me. I'm not lecturing him. Unfortunately, he thinks he needs to be lectured, but I'm not lecturing him.
Yeah, but you're speaking. Listen to me. Honorable member from Marco City, he's speaking to the chair, not lecturing you. So let's not take that attitude or the approach. Okay, but honorable members from Marco City and Cat Island, can you speak to the chair?
I am speaking
across.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
What I'm saying is that a member is concerned that I may be lecturing him. I am not. I'm only telling what the facts are. And the facts are that if the competent authority had done his job as such, that was required by the very rules that he promulgated, we would have this question. We would have had some accounts. We may have some observations about it. We would have had some observations about it, quite frankly. We may have. But we would not have to be digging, trying to find. And right now, the challenge is getting all of the information because there has been a lack of cooperation to get the information. That's what I'm talking about. And I have to let the Bahamian people know what's happening.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
And the point of order is simply this. Marco City suggested that there was drip feeding from a report that was ready to be released. He was asked what the point of order is. You're being dishonest if you say there's a report and you don't know and you don't have it. It's simple, 1 + 1 is 2. So if Marco City is saying that the honorable member.
Members.
So it's very simple, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There was an assertion, there was drip feeding from a report that could be released. On being queried, Marco City now is saying he knows of no such report. If that is so, he should withdraw
Member,
it.
Marco City. Start.
Yes. As I said before, when we come in this place, given our level of influence, we should be careful how we place cloud over the heads of individual citizens and organizations. It is an admonition to myself and to all of us. The shortcoming of the government's midterm statement and similar deficiencies in the supplementary budget and in the fiscal strategy report, we are now forced to debate as a compendium. Again, because the member for Cat Island, Rumkey in San Salvador, and his administration refused to follow the law. The law required that the fiscal strategy report be laid in here. The law also required that all contracts that are issued that we identify the company, the amount of funds, the terms of those contracts, and it should be reported to the public. As of the 6th, I believe the 21st of September, it came into force. So what concerns me is, the 21st of September 2021, the Procurement Act, I'll get it for you. No, I'm making the point I wish to make. The Procurement Act requires, you can get on your feet and tell me when it was passed. Have you complied with it? That's what the question is. Have you complied with it? Have you complied with it? I've been on a platform where I indicate in every case where we didn't report, either because we promised or by law, we were not correct in doing so. The difference between us and you is that we are prepared, any of us who sat at the table, to say when we were not compliant with a commitment made. It doesn't have to be codified in law, but in your case, it is codified in law, and yet you are not compliant with the Procurement Act. And the point that was made by the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Deputy Chair, can you protect me from the member from Fort Charlotte?
Honorable members.
Can I get protection? Can I get protection?
Yes, please, please let us respect. Please let us respect.
I issued no threat. I came in peace. No.
Marco City has the floor.
Thank you, Fort Charlotte. So, as I said, member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador, the Procurement Act requires that you comply with the law. And I know you are one of the most senior persons at the bar. You keep files on everything and possibly everyone. And so what I'm saying to you, okay, no problem. I'll withdraw that fact. So let me say, I agree with you. So again, I'm simply asking you today, as I've asked in a letter I penned to you and made sure that it was delivered to you, to comply with the law. It is unfortunate that you hold us to a different standard than you and your government are prepared to live with yourself. It's important that you release all of the contracts, who you have issued them to. In fact, even the contracts of the companies that are doing the investigation. Did it go to tender? Was it single sourced? It is important to release that. When you reference the COVID spending, wouldn't it make sense, having referenced it and indicated that the F&M administration didn't comply? You've been in 6 months. Is it possible now for you to release the COVID spending under the F&M? It is within your purview. So I've written the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Secondly, we've asked through the Public Accounts Committee for these documents, which we expect in 14 days we would receive. But it is important for the public to understand that when you hear with great sincerity the member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador, or any colleagues get up and talk about the lack of compliance with the law, we stand with them whenever anyone is in violation of the law, inclusive of anyone of our administration. We want the facts to be revealed and for correction to take place. But the same persons who are standing up are today in violation of the law. They have indicated in the press that they intend to change the law, but they are duty bound until that day to comply with the law. Mr. Deputy, this administration has released a fiscal strategy report that lays out their economic plan and their financial plan for the way forward. The international financial markets, creditors, local credit agencies react to the content that is released by the Ministry of Finance. Therefore, it is extremely important that the Ministry of Finance speaks accurately and with one voice. Unfortunately, on more than one occasion, there have been 3 variations of the same story coming from this government. on the issue of whether or not the Davis-led administration intends to tax the Bahamian people and to introduce new tax measures, the Prime Minister initially indicated no. The recent amendment, I believe, and I'd be happy to be corrected, is that taxation will be a step of last resort. That's the most recent. I think it's a very clever phrasing, but it flies in the face of what is outlined in the Fiscal Strategy Report and also what has been stated by the Chief Finance Officer in the public service. When we raised this matter previously in press releases and public statements, we were rebutted. On another occasion, it was made clear that there was no need for them to bring the report here in the House of Assembly, and so it was released online weeks later. If we are committed to democracy, then let's have a candid conversation about the way forward. It is important that these documents that frame how we are going to spend the people's money and the various measures we're going to put in place to ensure that we could grow this economy, to put forward a prosperity plan, that we bring it to the place that the law requires so that we as policymakers who are given this responsibility, that we would examine it thoroughly. The published market brief report by Central Bank for the fourth quarter of 2021 demonstrates that the government is severely challenged in raising funds in the Bahamian domestic market. The Central Bank is reporting that the response from the local market for government long-term dollars debt has been lackluster, with subscriptions less than 50% of the target. The Central Bank reports that volatility in the secondary market estimates was cited by major participants as a contributing factor for dissipating interest in the new long-term note issues. So just a couple of quick things. One is, we support this administration. We want you to do well. What is worrisome is the way you attempt to paint the picture that things are absolutely rosy. There isn't measured conversation with the Bahamian people about the fact that we are in the midst of some very difficult times and the country has some serious financial troubles, which will require the government to have a candid conversation with them as it relates to proposed tax reform and to discuss the challenges we are having in terms of attracting funds at the rates that make sense for us. We did it again. So let me back up. Again, the member for Cat Island, Rum Kingston, Salvador, I believe it was in the supplementary budget, indicated that most of our borrowing is going to be done in the domestic market and berated the former administration for having borrowed elsewhere. Having gone to the local market, it appears that they are not as excited in terms of making funds available. We then went overseas, Goldman Sachs, and we took cash from the sinking fund and made a commitment. And obviously, we provided funds and got less as a kind of collateral in order to borrow cash. So obviously, our position has changed because historically, we've been able to go to the market without collateralizing cash in order for us to borrow funds on a short-term basis. Our situation has changed. Now, here's the point. Here's the point I'm making. 9% versus 2%. No, here's the point I'm making. 9% versus 2%. You're going to wrap up in a moment. But here's the point that I'm making. We have gotten to the point where we are, not because of the Progressive Liberal Party alone, both administrations, because this certainly we didn't end up in this tough fiscal position in 6 months. Clearly not. So we are contributors as well. But what we should not do as leaders is not have a candid, realistic conversation with the population about tough choices that have to be made over time. Instead, we come and beat our chest. And it's so unfortunate how politicians beat their chests about going to the market to borrow more money to solve the problems that they created 5, 10, 15 years ago. People are sick and tired of it. It makes no sense. And so we should be honest in our pronouncement. And the confusion that presently exists, where the Minister of Finance, the Minister who is responsible for financial services, the Financial Secretary are saying different things on the same subject, is creating substantial confusion. one does not know who is running the Ministry of Finance. It appears that we are inattentive to the details and the requirements. Please, by all means, jump in. And so, again, it's important that the Ministry of Finance, for our sake as a country, speaks with one voice. It is important also for us to be candid when we are, in fact, discussing whether or not the pre-election report required what was asserted here. I remember that speech very well. I mean, it landed like a ton of brick. The impression was given to the international community and the local community that the Free National Movement failed to report $1 billion, with a B, dollars worth of liabilities. When the law clearly talks about a requirement to report arrears, invoices that are issued or bills that are past due. That's what it says in the third schedule. But nevertheless, the story has not only been stated initially, it's been double and quadrupled down on by this Davis-led administration. And it sends the wrong message. So that when we meet as an opposition with international rating agencies, they want to know whether or not it's accurate. And of course, we have to indicate that it's simply political mischief, and we keep it moving because we don't need to have in-depth discussions about our affairs with others. But we do know we have a responsibility to put in context how our governments function. And so it's important, and I'm urging the government, let us be measured in what we say. Let us be accurate in the information we give to the public. It is untrue that the government violated, the former administration violated the pre-election report. The requirement is clear. It's there in black and white. You have access to the legislation, and you have some eminently brilliant attorneys, obviously, some of whom with great regularity try to make that point to us. And so it's important for us to be truthful about this fact. It is untrue that there was a requirement to report all previous liabilities. Now, let me say, we are prepared to support this administration if you believe that prior to an election, you ought to report all liabilities. We would certainly support that. But no previous administration has been required to do so. And you should not put on the public record as if we were somehow avoiding a historical obligation that we never fulfilled. And so today, it is important for us that this administration pays attention to the primary job that it has. The public has already pronounced the verdict on us. We're in opposition. So clearly, notwithstanding the fact that you're recycling or continuing much of what we did through the Ministry of Finance, the public made a determination that they were willing to go in a different direction. And you indicated that the New Day government is up to the task and committed to taking us in a new direction. Well, that new direction requires good governance. Good governance requires compliance with the law. Good governance also require that we collaborate in a meaningful way with stakeholders, not come in here and savage the stakeholders. Good governance require that at the end of the day, we be inclusive. So when the opposition indicates that we have an interest in sitting on the EOC to hear the briefing on COVID, we're expecting that you will accommodate. Because again, it's a constitutional position. We didn't create this out of thin air. Governments ought to be inclusive. And we ought to paint a picture of a different future than the Bahamians have right now, because quite frankly, Bahamians are cynical about all political parties, because they believe we do not act often in their best interest, nor do we act with a sense of urgency. And so I hear the bombing on the desk. We did some of that too. There's less of us now, and you may find, and I'm confident you will, that there will be less of you come 2026. And so don't get enamored with the position. Focus on the serious work that has to be done. And that's why we come here and we say that the challenges we have are structural issues in the economy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and the government has an obligation to have a serious conversation about those structural challenges. The majority of a prime minister's presentation cannot be about I gotcha moments. It has to be about how am I going to combat the inflationary pressures on the Bahamian people and reduce it. How am I going to take VAT of breadbasket items? How am I going to reduce the duties at the border so that people can compensate for the pressures that they have because the supply chain issues is causing reduction on the amount of supplies and the high cost of bringing them into the country? That's why you've been elected. And it's more than rhetoric. And so I'm suggesting that it's important for us to come in here and talk about how are you going to improve the ease of doing business. In some areas we did. However, there are many areas where there are projects still in the pipeline. This is what we should be discussing in the House of Assembly. Not drip feeding persons from an apparent set of reports that you may have. You should be discussing how are we going to improve the ease of business? How are we going to pass the bylaws, the environmental bylaws in Grand Bahama? How are we going to ensure that we balance the approval in a timely basis of projects that are languishing and balance that with sustainable development? These are some of the things we ought to be focused on. We ought to ensure that we have a transparent jurisdiction. These are the things that we should focus on. And the only way we can be transparent if you comply with the law. Free up all them contracts so we can see who you've been giving contracts to since you came to government. Government officials, yes, the procurement law. Sorry, I should have used the term so I could help you out. The procurement law. It is important for us to make a determination that there are some structural issues that hinders economic growth, that limit the inflow of foreign currencies. We have to reduce the inequalities that exist between Bahamians who have and those who don't. We have to make sure that vulnerable citizens are in fact taken care of. It's amazing that there's a criticism of the food program and social services, which needs to be revamped. It needed it on us and it needed even more. And we have a number of persons as a result of decisions made by social services over the last several weeks are out struggling, sir, trying to find a job because you all have made a determination that you all will release them one by one. $250 they make a week, $300. This is the administration who said they were not going to release folks, particularly people at that level. Sometimes we dress it up cute, or you can release today, but you could reapply. Persons who just applied again in August. We have to make a determination that we're governing for all Bahamians. And I don't get the impression that that is what's happening. It is a new day for those who appear to wear a particular color or those who wear red that we could use as a trophy example of how mature we are politically. But people know that that's a game. That's a public relations stunt. And clearly you have a large enough PR team to pull it off. Mr. Deputy, let me wrap up in a Baptist wrap-up, Mr. Deputy. If I can have just a couple more minutes, as you granted any number of other persons, I'd appreciate it very much, Mr. Deputy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I wish, Mr. Deputy, to close with just a few quick thoughts. I end where I began. Let us be consistent in what we say. We can't be critical of a no-bid contract and then turn around and give a no-bid contract. It's just the inconsistency is problematic for a thinking public. We can't say the health visa was extremely expensive to Bahamians, and I'm advised by any number of persons that we may today be paying for tests, COVID tests for tourists who are returning home. 3, as we celebrate, let me repeat it for you. Taxi drivers are indicating that they are taking tourists to locations who are being tested, and the tourists are not paying anything for their tests, and they wanted to understand how that system worked. That's all I'm saying. I'm being advised.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you so much. I know the member's wrapping up, but he has said something and put it out in the public domain without any substantial evidence to it. It's a serious allegation because free testing in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is for residents and citizens alone. And so I'm going to take that particular statement very seriously. And we're going to actually consult with our free testing. Yeah. No, I'm just saying, because what he just did is he put a cloud over our 2 free testing centers based on what some taxi driver may have said to him. Get that information. No, I mean, and I will talk with the member because it's a serious allegation. And we have made it very clear at our free testing sites that free testing used in public funds are for Bahamians and residents alone. And so if we have foreigners going there to be tested, it really doesn't make sense because under the travel visa, now that we've moved to 5 days, tourists who come into the country need to be tested. And under the American laws, every tourist who leave the country need to be tested. And that amount of money is tied into their travel visa. So I really don't understand how it makes sense.
Thank you,
So,
Member.
so again, Member for Tall Pines, you would say, to the best of your knowledge, no such, the government is not paying for any tourists for their COVID test. Wonderful. And so, sorry, go ahead, please.
First of all, I want to make it very clear to the Bahamian people. Foreigners who come into the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, who are vaccinated and unvaccinated, need to do a test from where they're leaving. The test must be negative in order for them to come into the country. In our last rules, we removed the 5-day testing for foreigners who come into the country, which is a part of their travel visa. That 5-day testing no longer exists, and foreigners who are leaving the country have in their travel visa enough resources to have the test free of charge leaving the country. So it makes no sense for them to go to our free testing. Their test is already covered in their travel visa.
Thank you very much, Minister Vell. As I wrap up again, Mr. Deputy, I appeal to the government. Let us work in a bipartisan way so we could address the vexing issues that are in fact afflicting us. We have on more than one occasion made overtures to this administration to work on any number of matters that can be mutually beneficial to the people who we serve. I appeal to ministers that are facing, I know, pressures from their supporters to discharge your duties in a way that government is continuous. There are many Bahamians who have contracts that were executed up to 2023, 2022 that have lost it, persons who are now losing their jobs at the low end of the scale. We're not here going to bat for persons who in 6 figures, etc. But the lady whose husband is ill, she's making $300 a week and finds herself unemployed because she happened to have been hired over the last 4.5 years. I believe we could do better. Mr. Deputy, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the constituency of Carmichael. And as I do so, I am thankful to my God who continues to order my steps and clear my paths. And as I do so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am just astonished and amazed and disappointed of the side opposite, that they now have the audacity to look at this New Day Davis-led administration and to use words as transparent. They came in on a trust agenda, but everything that they did, it was not about making tough choices. It was about making bad choices, simply bad. And I would submit to this honorable chamber and to the Bahamian people that one word could be used to describe that administration: egregious. If you put a side opposite that don't know what it means outstandingly bad. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am thankful to my Honorable Prime Minister for being afforded the opportunity to serve in the cabinet with my colleagues in this progressive government led by this Liberal Party as we deliver on our promise of a new day, which is contained in our blueprint for change. And let me say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I make my brief contribution today, I want to sincerely thank the Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me say, this is the first time I'm speaking in this honorable chamber. And so I think it's important to put it in proper perspective, my thankfulness to him, and to acknowledge what it took for him to get where he sits today. The campaign, Mr. Deputy Speaker, leading up to the success of this administration was one I would submit that history would mark as one of the nastiest, the most glaring, the half-truths, mistruths, and all manner of evil uttered against this administration. And the man seated, the honorable member of Cat Island seated in front of you, was unnecessary, uncalled for, and I would believe that it ought never to be repeated again. But I will say to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that as my mother has told me to tell the honorable member, he was ordained by God for this moment to lead us out of this time. And he will lead us towards the celebration as we recognize our 50th anniversary as an independent nation. I appreciate that, but he has it in his hand. You know, let me say further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I liken the Honorable Prime Minister to Daniel in the lion's den. God was there with Daniel, and I tell you, God is there with my Prime Minister.
Sunday school.
I paid attention in Sunday school. And I can go further and tell you, if God is for us, who can be against us? Mr. Deputy Speaker, although the work is hard, I am humbled by this opportunity and concede that it is only possible because of the support of my wider family and all of those who have supported me over the years. I must therefore acknowledge and express my sincere thanks and appreciation to, first of all, my dear wife of 34 years, Clara Taylor Bell. My sons, Keith Jr., Dominic, and Nicholas. And let me send a shout out to my son, Nicholas. He is now swimming, and he has made some good time. Nicholas, I'm telling the entire Bahamas, I want you to improve your time as you move towards representing us, hopefully in Carifta. I want to express my sincere gratitude to my family, the Taylor, the Rocks, the Seminit, the Penniman, and the Bell clan, whose unwavering support allows me to work with the amazing team assembled by this Honorable Prime Minister. I say thank you to my mother, my prayer warrior, my father-in-law, Frederick Chicken Taylor, my #1 fan, and of course, the entire Carmichael team who is there watching me. Perry and Rita, Palm, Chantel, Tario, Debbie, and all of you who have delivered Carmichael to this new day. Deputy Speaker, yesterday marked the second anniversary of the first recorded COVID-19 case in the Bahamas. Today, I am filled with mixed emotions as I reflect on the past 2 years and the unprecedented disruption, loss of life, pain, and suffering that COVID-19 has caused the Bahamian people. COVID-19 has been a tragedy for Bahamians, and Carmichael was no exception. I convey my sincere and deep sympathy to all those in Carmichael and indeed throughout the Bahamas who lost loved ones. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our people have suffered much. When the story is finally told, I believe that it will say that the suffering was made worse by the mismanagement enforced by cold, heartless policies enacted under the guise of a competent authority. Instead of saving jobs, they build sidewalks. You know, if you go on Cowpen Road, Mr. Deputy Speaker, part of the Carmichael constituency, where people don't even walk. They build sidewalks on the two sides of Cowpen Road going straight up, all the way in the back of Spike Knot in the back there. Nobody walk in the back there. They went on C.W. Sanders Highway where there was nice paved walks where people could actually walk and exercise. And they ripped up the sidewalks and put down sidewalk on the two sides. All of that money could have been spent, better spent, helping people, helping our people. It wasn't the people's time. It was persons who they choose. They cherry-picked. I'm very selective. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not say too much today on that subject matter, but when I make my contribution, God Spares Life, in the substantive budget communication, I will present some very hard facts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, since day one of this government's admittance into office, alleviating the hurt, the pain, and suffering Bahamians caused by the pandemic, coupled by Hurricane Dorian, as well as the ineffective management of the former administration, has been the focus of this Davis administration. I am pleased to report that since being elected into office, as my members of Parliament here have said, we have successfully eliminated the unprecedented use of the emergency powers, reopened the economy, and put Bahamians back to work. Unemployment in the country has been significantly reduced, as businesses now have confidence that there will not be unexplained closures without warnings, or their industries prejudiced and closed without explanation. And I would submit to you, or I would indicate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the Honorable Leader of Marco City indicated a short while ago that we ought to be concentrating on what we are going to do, I would submit to the Bahamian people that we ought not to forget, we cannot forget the issues and the restrictions and the hardships imposed by those curfews. The no notice, we were given no notice. The long lines by the grocery stores, the gas stations, the convictions of thousands of Bahamians that we now have to deal with. These convictions, some persons still have convictions on their record that we have to now deal, the Minister of National Security, through the Rehabilitation of Offenders Committee, have to now expunge, and we have to now determine how we're going to deal with all of that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, no one can put it better than when our very own Prime Minister said in his recent address, that our hotels are filling up, our businesses are open, many Bahamians are back to work, and our children are back to school. This is progress, and indeed, our economy has begun to show signs, promising signs of revival. Bahamians, all you need to do is just look around and see. Indeed, walk outside. The progress is evident for all to see. It is indeed a new day. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today schools are open, and on behalf of parents all over the Bahamas, we thank our education officials led by our competent Honorable Minister of Education and Training for having the resolve, skills, and dedication to finally get our schools open. This reopening is critical on so many levels. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today's student pool is tomorrow's employment pool. The degree to which there is an unaddressed deficiency in the education of our children will impact the labor market and our children's ability to work and excel as adults. From early into the virtual school experiment, the seriousness and sustained issues with low attendance and participation were known. Nonetheless, the previous administration failed to prioritize the safe reopening of our schools, irrespective of any political spin which the other side may now place on their decisions. The reality is that the world was not on pause with thousands of our students failed to participate in the virtual platform. If our children are to succeed, they must be educated and prepared for the workforce. Parents, teachers, and stakeholders must now work together to catch up to ensure that our students gain much lost ground. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it gives me great honor today to apprise you of the progress of the various ministries and agents and departments under my portfolio: the Department of Labor, the National Tripartite Council, the National Training Agency, and of course, the Department of Immigration. First of all, the Department of Labor. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you are aware, social dialogue is a critical element in maintaining industrial harmony in any society. Prior to September 16, 2021, the level of industrial unrest in the Bahamas was extremely high, and one of our first goals with responsibility for labor was to stabilize industrial relations in the country. This was done by utilizing the principles enshrined in the International Labor Organization Convention 144, which calls for consultation with the social partners on international labor standards. As you would note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, prior to our induction as the government of this country, labor relations in this country under the former administration came to a screeching halt. Within the Department of Labor, there has been a significant restructuring of staff and senior management. A 3-year strategic plan to deliver the Davis administration goals and objectives have been outlined from the speech from the throne. A new communication policy that would facilitate ongoing and continuous dialogue with social partners representatives has been introduced. New electronic processes for the application and issuance of labor certificates, as well as the digitization of the conciliation process to create greater efficiency, is now in place. A rapid response unit has been formed to promptly respond to all industrial relations unrest and the multiple challenges associated with living and working in a COVID-19 environment. A communications unit has been formed to efficiently respond to the questions, inquiries, and requests associated with multiple social media platforms and serves as the liaison unit for the dissemination of information to the public. Mr. Deputy Speaker, since coming into office, I have met personally with the leadership of both umbrella trade unions, as well as the executive officers of almost every trade union in this country. And of course, that was under the auspices and led by the Honorable Prime Minister. I have also met with representatives from most employer organizations and large employers in the Bahamas, and can boldly say that today, the industrial relations in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has been restored. The Department of Labor has intervened and resolved a number of outstanding trade disputes, and based on the recommendations and the hardworking and dedicated team at the department, the 65 former employees of the Urban Renewal Project are happy. The disputes regarding union reconciliation at BAIC and BTVI are now resolved. The two matters that were before the Supreme Court involving Bahamas Air and the AAAWU are now settled. The reinstatement of employees from the Airport Authority causing the dispute with the BPSU is now completed, and affected employees are now back on the job. This is a new day. Yes, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, The Occupational Safety and Health Unit, in its effort to create a safe working environment, has undertaken the task of ensuring that employers are compliant with the provisions of the Occupational Health and Safety at Work Act. This unit will begin the systemic inspection of all buildings throughout the Bahamas, ensuring that any business containing 25 or more working staff is in possession of a Health and Safety Committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with a wide range of initiatives and goals of the department for the next 3 years, the government has agreed to provide additional resources to facilitate the newly established offices, as well as the increased duties and responsibilities of the various units. Just a note, I want to announce that effective March 3rd, 2022, the Department of Labor has established a 24-hour hotline to respond to the many work-related questions being asked by members of the public. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the National Tripartite Council. On July 1st, 2021, the National Tripartite Council was appointed for a 3-year period. These appointments were in keeping with the Act 2015. The social partners, comprising the Commonwealth of the Bahamas Trade Union of Congress, the National Congress of Trade Unions, the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, and the Employers Confederation, and the government of the Bahamas, have all pledged their overwhelming commitment to implement the national policy and have planned a series of initiatives to ensure its success. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on December 6, 2021, my ministry, in collaboration with the Department of Labor, the National Tripartite Council, and the Caribbean Office of the International Labor Organization, signed a historic Memorandum of Understanding for the Bahamas to become the first country in the English-speaking Caribbean to execute a second-generation decent work program. The MOU affirms the ILO's commitment to collaborate with the Bahamas in the implementation of the Decent Work Country Program. As stated previously, the Decent Work Program sets out the common commitment of the government of the Bahamas, Workers and Employers Organization, and the ILO to promote decent work for all citizens and residents of the Bahamas. In keeping with the MOU signing in December 2021, the National Tripartite Council, in conjunction with the ILO and our social partners, held a workshop March 7th through the 11th at the Margaritaville Resort. The workshop was focused on results-based management and is included in the first phase of the implementation of the Decent Work Program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, during our campaign, this Progressive Liberal Party government promised that if elected to govern, we would increase minimum wage, phase into a livable wage, and reduce value-added tax to 10%. And let me just say at this juncture, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have the greatest admiration and respect for this Prime Minister. I'll tell you why. In 2012, when we campaigned, he promised the Bahamian people that he would deliver 20,000 jobs. They told him and they told us it couldn't be done. In the last election in September, he told the Bahamian people that he would reduce VAT. Many persons in the financial sector said it was impossible. But upon coming to office, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so said. And so when the Honorable Leader from Abaco City indicated that this is a government that needs to be transparent, we need to be tough, we need to deliver. We have already delivered. And as one of my predecessors said, we have achieved more in this 6-month period than your administration has achieved in the entire 4.5 years.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Abaco City.
Again, my statement was the government is in violation of the Procurement Act and it violated the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That was my statement. So please quote me correctly, but I notice you haven't denied any of those two assertions.
Well, I'm not sure where that fit into the picture.
Transparency in governance.
So let me go back. Let me just go back a bit. I'm trying not to this honorable Prime Minister that is seated before us. He has made commitments. He has delivered on those commitments. What I would submit and challenge the leader of the opposition to show and justify to us, what has his government done? It is important for us to point out to the Bahamian people, yes, government is continuous, but at the same time, we must appreciate where we were, what we met, and where we go in. It's important for us to point out to the Bahamian people. We can't forget. We can't forget. I am trying to hold back. I will hold back. But continue to tempt me. It ain't no threat, it's a promise. It ain't no threat, it's a promise. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamian people did their part in September, and now we must do ours. This is the season of Lent, man. We promised to reduce VAT, we did that. With respect to the minimum wage, which is very important, the National Tripartite Council, which is responsible for labor in the country, setting the recommendations, is to submit recommendations on the increase, and we will consult with all stakeholders before a determination is made. Discussions about minimum wage are never easy. The cost of living is increasing sharply, and wages in many sectors remain low. We must find a balance so that our economy continues to grow and expand. I now turn to the National Training Agency. Since opening its doors in 2013, under the then Progressive Liberal Party administration, the National Training Agency has assisted in training an estimated 7,000 young adults ranging between the ages of 16 to 30 years. This would be individuals with negligible, if any at all, certifications and job experience. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the NTA is committed to continuing to work with all relevant agencies, industry training providers, institutes, schools, and other related entities to produce a motivated, highly productive, and globally competitive workforce. On Monday, March 14th of this year, 96 trainees began practical skills internship training in 8 disciplines corresponding to the needs of our reopened economy, and upon completion of the training, they will receive appropriate certificates, either international or local. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the Department of Immigration. The Department of Immigration is comprised of 644 officers, inclusive of 176 recruits and 101 clerical staff. The hardworking men and women of the department are charged with the responsibility of supervision and control of our borders, as well as ambassadorship. To this end, they are versatile by the very nature of their job, which dictates that they embody the phrase, "First impressions are lasting impressions," being the first to encounter tourists as they enter the country, all while ensuring the realization of the strategic plans of the Bahamas government for national development, as well as the organizational goals and values of the Bahamas Immigration Department. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with information technology and an aggressive staff training development regimen, the Department of Immigration is working significantly to improve the quality of its service and service delivery. With aggressive public relations education campaign engaging our stakeholders, it continues to receive sound performance. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me just allude a little bit about the repatriation statistics and what's going on there. From January 2021 to February 2022, some 3,425 persons were deported from the Bahamas. 77% of these persons were from Haiti, 10% were from Cuba, 3% from the Dominican Republic, 3% from Jamaica, 2% from Brazil, 1% from Colombia, and the remaining 5% from other various nations. from July 2021 to the present, we have spent some $1.2 million on repatriation exercises. And as I indicated before, the former administration would have spent money in other ways. There was a hemorrhage. And a lot of that money could have been put to other uses and better use. As it stands now, I have sought additional funding for repatriation exercises. But let me say that this administration is strong and unwavering in its policy to repatriate irregular migrants as quickly but as humanely as possible. We have maintained a zero tolerance policy. And let me indicate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we became the government in September and the Honorable Prime Minister appointed me the Minister of Labor and Immigration, I got baptized by fire in October with the landing of approximately 1,000 irregular migrants down there in Inagua. And I want to thank the entire cabinet, particularly the Member of Parliament, Basil McIntosh, and the Minister of Health, the Minister of National Security, all of us who had to travel down there to Inagua to deal with that. And I want the Bahamian people to appreciate the fact of what we have in these isles called the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, where you're going to have persons cram onto an unseaworthy craft and risk their lives to come to this Bahamas. And what I saw down there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've never seen before, where you had 2 or 3 generations of Haitian nationals. You had baby on breasts, young mothers, children, grandparents, and in one case, great-grandparents. And they came from an area, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of Haiti, which was ravaged by the earthquake. From all indications, that area has not been given any type of restoration, and therefore we are going to continue to have these irregular migrants in our waters. As a matter of fact, just this week, there was an interception of 127 individuals. And so I asked the Bahamian people to let us be firm but fair in our treatment of these persons and ensure that however we can help, and I wish to thank the NGOs particularly for their support of much needed supplies. The Defense Force, particularly the US Coast Guard, and all of the agencies for working together to ensure that we maintain our borders and that we keep the Bahamas safe for Bahamians. As I conclude, one other point I want to raise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in respect to the Immigration Department, promotions and confirmations of appointments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was amazed, shocked, and disappointed again that the squads from 2014, trainee immigration officers, 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017, that the former administration refused, were indifferent, and did nothing to confirm those immigration officers. And so when we came to office, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the cabinet had to move very swiftly to confirm these individuals, these persons who spend long hours. And I wish to thank publicly the Minister of the Public Service, Minister Glover, and of course, Minister Mitchell, for the fine work that they're doing in their teams in the public service. So far, there was 256 persons. No insurance, can't get a bank account, can't get a mortgage. I don't know how we possibly expect these persons, these public officers, to work, and we don't give no regard to their welfare. Mr. Speaker, can I just get a few more minutes? Thank you kindly. And so we have moved very quickly. There are still some to be confirmed, and we have started with our promotion exercise as well. And I want to assure the immigration officers, as well as the civilians in the Immigration Department and the Ministry of Labor and Immigration, that under this Davis-led administration, the Honorable Prime Minister has said to me, correct the wrong, as he has said to every minister in the ministry, correct the wrong. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Carmichael, what can I say? In 2017, in a bid to become the Member of Parliament for Carmichael, I was unsuccessful. I stayed with you, and you stayed with me. I asked you to give me a chance, and you did in 2022. I hope that I have delivered, 2021, I'm sorry. I hope that I have delivered so far. The vegetable market is open. The pond is cleared. All of our parks are clean and lit. Thank you. Jobs, 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 employment. They're there. I assure you that continue to have faith in this Davis-led administration and continue to pray for us as we continue to deliver on a new day. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many?
Go.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is so wonderful to be in the midst of the outstanding orators and presenters and to listen to my colleagues speak of the governance of the new day. I wish to, Mr. Deputy, focus on my ministry for just a while. My ministry, which is one that is the heart of the Bahamian people. It is to reach and touch. It is to cause for the disbelievers to believe again. It is to bring faith and hope and to cause for many to be able to stand up no longer as dependents, but independents. That is the role of this ministry. The ministry has an overarching philosophy, as I've spoken about before. We are to heal the sick, feed the poor, guide the youth, and bring peace to every heart. That is our overarching responsibility. The Prime Minister has made it very clear. He has said no one is to be left behind. No one. Bahamians from Managua to Bimini, if you are in our territory, if you're home, you will not be left behind. If you are in difficulties, if you are struggling, if things aren't what you want them to be, our job is to lift you up, to give you that opportunity, to give you that platform where you can be all that you can. Mr. Deputy, several months ago, as I toured the ministry, we spent some hours at the Elizabeth Estates Children's Home. And there we met a 14-year-old who was told that she was a songbird, that she could sing, that she has incredible capacity. And so we asked her, would you sing us a song? She was not shy. She said, yes. We said, okay, we'll come back in 10 minutes to listen to you sing. Mr. Deputy, she sang the song of Adele, Go Easy on Me. And when we reflect on the words, I was a child. I was still a child. I didn't get the chance to see the world around me. I didn't get the chance, Mr. Deputy, to see the world around me. I had no chance to choose what I have chosen to do. Mr. Deputy, we didn't know then that she was sending us a message. We didn't realize that this 14-year-old was reaching out. She was telling us something. Go easy on me. Don't put the pressures. Don't expect of me what you might of another 14-year-old. I've had a difficult time, and I'm still having difficult times. So, Deputy, her story and the song she sang relates to the life of Carissa Coleman. 1 week ago, she took her life. She was a part of what I call a devil's triangle. A devil's triangle, Mr. Deputy, where you are abandoned when you're young. Then you're subjected to child abuse, and then subjected to domestic abuse. And then you exit. That is go easy on me. That is what we are refusing to hear. That is what we're refusing to see. That the Carissa Culmers are many who are asking for our support, asking for our help, asking for our love, and asking for us to give them a chance. I'm very pleased, Mr. Deputy, to tell the House that this lady, this woman who was a partner and a friend to her 2-year-old, she was known to social services, a friend of the ministry, from the time she was 4 years old to the time of her death. So, Deputy, it's painful, it hurts, because we know every day of the stories that we read and the phone calls that we get, there are more and more and more such women in our country. Her 2-year-old is now in the hands of the state. Mr. Deputy, he's being loved and cared for and will be with us until such time as a determination is made on who best qualifies to provide him the home. And as the Prime Minister reminded me last week when I briefed him, to break this vicious cycle. It's a cycle, Mr. Deputy. It's a cycle that we have to do what we can to break it, to give an opportunity. That is why, Mr. Deputy, I'm deeply concerned when we grab places or facilities and we say that we're giving someone a place to live, and it's a place you won't live in. When we just throw them in and leave them there, and then when the time is up, we say it's time to move. And then we push them out, and they're back out. And they come to the Parliament and they gather, and they stop you as you walk across Parliament Square. And they talk to you and they tell you their story. They tell you their story. Mr. Deputy, we have moved, and my ministry has moved, to change the facilities. And very soon you'll be hearing the announcements. Mr. Deputy, we've also moved and identified a place that will serve as a safe house for women who are fleeing domestic abuse. Mr. Deputy, we have an awesome responsibility. An awesome responsibility. I've heard my colleagues, I've heard women organizations in this country. I've heard them all speak of what we need to do. I want to congratulate the Attorney General, my colleague and my friend. The work that his team is doing, to the point, Mr. Deputy, where today legislation has been drawn up, and that we're going to soon sit down, all of us, and members of the opposite side will be invited as well, to sit and to talk about the proposed legislation, to arrive at progressive legislation to deal with these issues about human rights, generally, marital law, domestic abuse, all contained, all because we must now make that giant step forward. Pierre Glover, the Honorable Minister, said just yesterday, the time for talking is over. We're with you. We're with you. We're with you. I read the reports, and I see the hurt, and I see the pain. And when you look at the children, when you look at these children who are innocent, but I'm told that every child in the homes that are responsible by the state, every child needs help. Every child needs help. They need attention. The mistake we've made in this country, we waited to give them attention. We don't have in the home psychologists and psychiatrists and others to help. We're putting them into the homes now. We're fixing that problem. We have to help them before it's too late. Give them the opportunity, allow their environment to become an environment where they can have an existence and a belief of tomorrow, not where they're caged in, or they have an occasional out, or they know that every day they're reminded that I don't have a future. And then when they get the age and they age out, and we put them out, then where do they go? There's no transition, no preparation made, skill set not there. They're still prisoners. Our job is to change that. And we will change that. And that is why I'm so excited about the legislation, because I know that is but a step in the right direction. I'm excited about what I heard from the acting commissioner of police, that they are going to establish a unit to deal with domestic violence. Well, no longer will you make a report and it's ignored. No longer would you have individuals standing up taking a photograph and not be a part of. Because you have a responsibility not to stand and take a photograph of a woman being beaten. You have a responsibility. We have to change our approach. Where's our love? Where's our true care for others? Mr. Deputy, I've listened to the jargon about the poor, the poor, the poor. And I find it so amusing because we believe that the poor is simply a political football to be thrown about or tossed around. These are human beings who have needs. You think the average human being wants to stand up in a line, wants to have to reduce his pride to get a bag of food? Or to be standing up and asking for assistance? No, that he wasn't promised that in this country. When we became an independent nation, we said, yes, independence goes with responsibility, that every man and every woman in this country can make it, and we will provide the opportunities. We have to admit, Mr. Deputy, our population has grown and our economy has not, as it should, to keep pace with a growing population. But under the leadership of Philip Brave Davis, our economy will grow substantially. That is why you hear the focus on other ministries. That's why you hear the focus on agriculture and fisheries. That's why you hear him talk about what we're going to do in terms of dealing with climate change and the opportunities that exist. You heard the member for Grand Bahama talk about Grand Bahama and Grand Bahama coming. And you heard the Deputy Prime Minister today speak about happy days are here again. Because we have to grow this economy to give more Bahamians opportunities to get our people off of the welfare line. But I cannot stand when I come into any place, particularly this place, and I know it's political jargon. And I listen to the trite arguments about the poor. Reduce this and reduce that. And you're saying, well, is that all that's required? It's not all that's required. But that is a simplistic argument that they present because it is supposed to be emotionally attached. And it's supposed to cause the people to cry and say they care. When you sat there for 4 years, you didn't show that you care. Find it amazing when they were attacking the leader of our party and of our country about attacking NGOs when he didn't. And I found that to be amazing. They weren't interested in the facts. They're interested in, is he attacking the NGOs? We can't attack these people. Why not? Why can't you ask questions? Well, I asked the first question because I couldn't figure out my first week in the boardroom at Social Services. And I'm sitting there and they tell me they've come to pick up the $850,000 check that they get every week. And that's when I became alarmed. I said, what? I said, every when? That's when I became alarmed. And the Prime Minister is a bit wrong because the Prime Minister talking about the 2 million, but Prime Minister's up to 3 million now, so sorry about that. It's just up to 3 million now. I didn't tell you up to 3 million. That's how much they've already sent back, 3 million. And they don't talk about the 17,000 food vouchers that they call and say, oh, we found 17,000 food vouchers. We'll put a dollar value on that. So don't come and tell me we can't ask questions. And so you had a coding problem in one group, but how come 3 groups don't bring us back money? So all of them had the same coding problem? Come on, man, let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. And then the former Prime Minister talking about he coming to kick butt. Now he like Jerry Roker, can't find him in town. Mr. Deputy, this is what bothers me. These are people hurting. And we are doing our best, and that is why today, Mr. Deputy, we have to salute the social service workers, because the Prime Minister was right. You have a paradigm. You have a system. They know what they're doing. They have been doing it, and yet you go all the way around them. They had nothing to do with it. All they had to do was get the money every week and give it out. No discussion. No dialogue. And then when you said, listen, man, we need some data. They ain't sent us the data yet. I was so embarrassed 2 weeks ago. I was calling the meeting of the World Bank. And they said, where's the data? And I said, what data? On the food program, because we were a part of that program. Say, where's the data? Say, we can't have a discussion without the data. I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed because, yes, governments are continuous, and they ain't looking at me and you differently. They said, that's the Bahamas government there. So I got to sit there and say, well, we're working on it. And then I had to go pray about it. You know, the data. And we can't get it. We asked them, give us the data. Tell us who. We want to know who. We can help you. We could have helped you a long time ago. They will not give us the data. The question is why? The Prime Minister is correct. Tell me why. And the NGOs, yes, you are distinguished, you have integrity, you are greatness. Well, please, help us with the information. Just give us the information. Help us do our job. Don't embarrass the staff at social services. They have to answer these questions. Because obviously the World Bank and others thought this was social services carrying out this program. But it wasn't. And so don't come and talk about the Prime Minister attacking. No way. Didn't do that. Stayed away from calling names. But they sought to attack him. But the Prime Minister has made it very clear. He wants the facts. I'm minister and I want the facts. My ministry wants the facts. We want to know. Because the data might be able to help us too in the work that we have to do on a regular basis. We have 17,000 clients. 17,000. And we have to service monthly. 17,000. And the RISE program, as the Prime Minister announced yesterday, is on the way back. Thank you. No, we don't need an NGO for that one. No, the RISE program is a program that's intended to ensure that you move from dependence to independence. It's a program where your children are even given a better rating, predicated upon their school, taking their immunization, doing all the things you're supposed to as responsible citizens on the route to becoming better, to ensure that you can break the cycle, to ensure that the generation that follows is able to move out of the welfare situation. So we're going to be working on that. In fact, I've asked for consideration to be given for new data to be collected. We need digitization, and I found that to be so amazing in the ministry. The ministry didn't have digitization. I can't today get online and talk to somebody in Crooked Island or find out what's happening in Nagua or what's going on in Abaco. It can't be right in the 21st century. And all this talk we had about digitization. That's why when the member for Bain and Grantstown spoke yesterday, he said the money was sitting there. They ain't spent it though. Don't understand that. No forward thinking. But you're talking about e-governance. But you really want to see something. You saw e-governance work the other day when the FOs decided not to work. Whole country stopped. If you had e-governance in a progressive society, that would not have happened that way. It just speaks to all the talk and then put to a test, and we have a problem. Mr. Deputy, all the homes where our children are in New Providence will have to undergo repair. Many have not had repairs in so many years, but children live there. Children are living there, but we talk about we care about the poor. The poor, the poor, the poor, reduce the taxes. But what about those people? What about those children? Who's checking on them? No one. That's why we go quiet and we hear the silence, because the care is not there. In Grand Bahama, Mr. Deputy, we've just completed discussions with the Grand Bahama Port Authority. The program PACE, where teenage mothers and pregnant ladies could go, we've now re-entered a new arrangement, and that facility will reopen next month. It's been closed for several years now. They've had it closed for several years. And in our discussion with the Grand Bahama Port Authority, we have a new building for young men, a new building for young ladies, and we have a building, Mr. Deputy, for women who are looking for shelter. We've done that now, Mr. Deputy. Now we're about to make it happen, because we know the issues, we understand the issues, and we're dealing with the issues. Mr. Deputy, the disabled. When I came to Parliament after the general elections, I talked about our being a signatory to United Nations conventions and disability being a very important part of our platform. But I recognized, Mr. Deputy, and I pointed out that we were not confined with the law and the agreements that we had entered into, particularly sections 24, sections 32, section 38. We were not there. Mr. Deputy, I'm so happy to report that we have now started the development of the inspectorate, and we brought in a former senior police officer who is heading that unit. And the inspector is responsible for going to buildings all over this country to ensure that the buildings are compliant with facilities for the disabled. Yes. We cannot allow it to continue, Mr. Deputy. In fact, when my colleague, member for Fort Charlotte, spoke here about the parliamentary independence, he reminded us that even in this parliament, we don't have anything for the disabled to, particularly if you're in a wheelchair, right? No access. And so, Mr. Deputy, we now have the inspectorate, which was required of us many years ago, but we now have the inspectorate in place. We've also been able to, Mr. Deputy, put in place someone responsible for sign language. We're going to build a whole department, because there is a responsibility we have to ensure that all matters pertaining to national development, It is either in closed caption or with sign language. It's now in place, Mr. Deputy. I'm feeling very good about this. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister because we went to him, we asked for it, and the Cabinet of the Bahamas gave it to us. Thank you very much, colleagues. Mr. Deputy, this Saturday, we're going to spend some time with the disabled. We're going to spend some time with the disabled on Collins Avenue. And colleagues who would wish to come, we're having a fun day for them between 1 and 5 o'clock. We're going to spend time with them. We show love to everyone else. Why not love to the disabled? So they're coming out to spend with us. We invited them all. I went to Stapleton School the other day. Got some buddies up there now. And they're going to come out to the facility on Collins Avenue, the old Ministry of Education, for those who don't know. And you are invited. We'll be there between 1 and 5. The children will play with the pets. They'll have some rides. They'll learn how to paint. They'll have some fun. They'll eat some food. We'll all have a good time. Spreading the love, Mr. Deputy. That's what we want. We want people to feel that they're equal. They're equal. Yes, they have their difficulties. But we all have difficulties. None of us perfect. We all have difficulties. But in our search for perfection, we must understand our imperfection. And there's nothing wrong with it. And I want us to be able to come out and show some love and show some support. Mr. Deputy, earlier this month, we observed International Women's Day. And I was so very pleased to see throughout this island and throughout this country, the celebration that was going on. But I've asked my ministry to give consideration to a simple idea. The Bahamas celebrates National Women's Week in November. And I've asked the ministry to set aside several days during which we will honor several people. We'll honor these individuals with awards to be named after some of the most outstanding women of our country. I'm not going to announce it today, Mr. Deputy. I'm going to announce it soon, but not today. The whole idea is to cause the country to have a better view and begin to appreciate our people, particularly women who are constantly facing difficulties, particularly abuse, neglect, disrespect. Well, let's change that. So we want to have 3 of our women, we want their names to sit on awards that will be given to outstanding women, young women of our society. And we're going to have a major event in November as we celebrate that, Mr. Deputy. The whole idea is for us to begin to change this dialogue a bit in this country. It's just like when we look at the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, when we look at any of the television stations or listen to the radio stations. Do we hear ads? Do we hear infomercials about our people? Do we hear us talking about the success of the Bahamian story? Do we hear the stories of how successful we've been? Do we appreciate that in our country, when you look at those who've been so successful in our country, they really ain't come from them upper scale families, you know. They ain't come from them elite families, you know. Think about it, Mr. Deputy. You heard the minister responsible for youth this morning talk about Yolette. Yolette is Moon McPhee's daughter, but she coaching big game Friday night. She in March Madness, but she ain't from the uppity family. Look at Stephen Gardner. He from Moores Island. He from an island ain't got no track. It ain't got no track, but he's a world champion. Mr. Deputy, Buddy Hield used to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and go down to the basketball court in Pinedale, sneaking out while his mommy awake, and shoot up on that old court down there. It was in the best court in the world. Doesn't have everything in place, but look what he's playing now. He in the NBA. If we tell the story, Mr. Deputy, of our people, the success of our people, the success of Philip Brave Davis, he ain't come here from Gad Island, but he could be no outstanding, no prime minister. That ain't supposed to happen. But look where the brother's sitting now. He's prime minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You heard my friend Alfred Sayers talk about his past. Look where he is. Well, if we use it correctly, That will be an inspiration to many of these young men and young women on the streets of our country who are in these homes, who believe they don't have hope. They will see hope. They will say, well, I could be like that. You know, remember the ad, be like Mike? They could be like the rest of our people who've done so well, Mr. Deputy. Be like Mike? The point is, yeah, and that's inspiration. You can be like Mike, nothing wrong with that. The point is, Mr. Deputy, the point is we could use this opportunity, and we have to now begin to sing praise of ourselves. Celebrate who we are. We're going to the 50th anniversary. Let people really marvel when they hear that national anthem. Let them marvel when they say and they appreciate the words are there for, because we want you to see how the world marks the manner of our bearing. Pledge to excel in love and unity. And what we're supposed to do, we've been saying it throughout this week. We're supposed to be moving where? Common, loftier goal. Means working together. And may the road we trod lead unto our God. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I stand again in this historic place on behalf of the good people of Freetown who repose confidence in me. I thank God who woke me up this morning. He didn't have to, but he did. I'd like to thank my wife, who is still with me. She didn't have to be, but she is. I always say I don't have to thank my children because they don't have any choice but to be my children. But on a serious note, family is important. And as we contend with what I will come to, crime, and as the member for West End has already said, family is important. It could really make or break you having or not having it. But I'd like to extend condolences to all of the families who have deceased from the Freetown constituency, especially the family of my late learned friend, Edward Rigo Turner, his lovely wife, Loretta Butler Turner, the children and the other family and friends. They live in polling division 12. I also had the honor over the past 2 weeks, to attend the funeral of 3 service persons. The first being leading Seaman Rodney Adderley, a decorated Royal Bahamas Defense Force Marine, Sergeant Kareem Dorset, and Woman Sergeant Natasha Ellis. Sadly, they all 3 passed, and none of them attained the age of 50. A very sobering thought indeed. On a more pleasant note, I had the pleasure of attending the wedding of Ricardo Butler and Travia Marshall on the weekend at Pilgrim Baptist Church, and what was one of the best receptions I've ever attended. The break was really appreciated. Before I begin my substantive contribution to what ostensibly is supposed to be a discussion about this, which is basically a document that sets out how much money we've spent 6 months in, and by which you could tell how much money each ministry has left. You wouldn't think it by listening to the contributions, but that is what we're supposed to be debating. I'd like to thank the Most Honorable Prime Minister Philip Edward Brave Davis, QC MP. And since I got this job, I learned a phrase down at the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. They like to say, they make it happen. And that's a concept that regardless of what you tell them to do, how little or much you give them, they will make it happen with what you give them. And in my view, in my judgment, our Prime Minister is a make it happen kind of guy. I've known him in his legal career. He has led me in a lot of cases, so I know the type of discipline and application he requires. He is a fearless man, which is a synonym for brave, when confronted with a threat of physical harm by the member for Kalani. Because I don't care how you cut it, no member of parliament has a privilege to come in this place and bust anybody's backside. That is not a privilege set out anywhere in our law. But the Honorable Prime Minister did not write the Commissioner of Police and ask for police protection. The member for Kalani, when confronted with his deeds, wrote for police protection. And he has himself tendered the letter where he asks for protection, notwithstanding that he has assigned to him 3 officers from the Security Intelligence Branch, all of whom are armed. He was sufficiently afraid that he caused police resources to be sent to this place when we have very serious problems in this country, and their presence could have been used elsewhere. That is the type of flippant nonsense nonsense that must end. We must be more responsible. Our young people are watching. Our young people are listening. And it is a terribly bad example to have been set. And I'm terribly disappointed that nobody on the other side that I could see condemned that. And yet, Kalani had the ability and the tenacity. You want to condemn it?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Much. What I wanted to say to the member for Freetown is, again, when I opened my presentation, I talked about how it is so important to make sure our words and our actions line up, right? And so if we're going to make progress in terms of having the appropriate standard of behavior, then your condemnation and your rebuke should be across the board. Because again, I believe there were 2 sets of statements made. One set of statements by the chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party, as well as the statements made by the member for Kalani. My initial reaction in both cases is that we are national leaders and we ought to behave in an appropriate way so that we don't damage our personal brand or the brand of the organization. But when we offer the rebuke, we ought to offer the rebuke roundly. That's all. That's the only point I want to make. And so let's not make it just a narrow thing. In fact, I've heard multiple voice notes from your side that, in my view, have the potential to incite violence. And so I'm saying all of us have to behave in a responsible way. So I believe you and I are on the same page if that's the view that you have. I join you with that.
Thank you, member.
With all of those words, I still didn't hear a rebuke. No. Marco City, the young man in the inner city who are shooting one another in their heads, who are getting upset not being able to resolve conflicts, need to hear that the former Prime Minister of the Bahamas ought not to threaten physical harm to somebody. It's simple. I will address the chairman of the PLP next. But if you could simply stand up in this place and say he was wrong.
It appears to me.
Hold on. Let the chair recognize you first and then. Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you. It appears to me that the member for Freetown, and I don't want the point to be lost in this exchange, but don't underestimate the young men in Freetown or Key West Street where I grew up, or Step Street or Melbourne Road in Yellow Elder. They understand very well what I said. That 2 wrongs don't make a right. That all of us have to be responsible in our behavior. I have that much confidence in them, even if you don't.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must say I'm English educated at an English university, and I didn't understand that to be a rebuke. or a red? Well, very simply, the chairman of the PLP responded quite simply to exhort our supporters to come to this place to defend our prime minister. The member for Marco City refers to voice notes. My schedule doesn't permit me to listen to loads of them.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
See, again, this is a part of the problem we have politically. You are unprepared. You are unprepared to say that calling persons downtown is a potential problem. You're unprepared to say that. Certainly, I know the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador does not need a horde of people coming downtown because he certainly has ample protection, and like you said, he ain't never scared. So again, but you're trying to justify that while teaching a lesson. I'm saying in an unqualified way that, in my view, those were irresponsible words on both sides, and they were sideshows of theatrical performance, and you are not seeking to bring balance to this. You're seeking to take a political shot. Other than that, you would roundly, in my view, rebuke all sides.
As I say, Marco City is a man of words. Defend and attack is something that the man in Camp Road, the man in Baintown, the man in Nassau Village, the man in Pinewood understands. This is heightened when we saw in our courts Gavin Dawkins convicted for saying to Travis Robinson that he intended to drop a bomb on him. That happened to an ordinary person. And so I take it very seriously that we have to be clear, very clear. But one must admire the Honorable Prime Minister for keeping his cool and continuing to be restrained in characterizing behavior. And the member for West End and Bimini has already spoken to it. When he comes here and simply points out facts, and then is accused wrongly, in my view, of attacking persons. Well, let me set the context in which we operate based on something Kalani has asserted. We faced the pandemic like everyone else. The approach that Kalani and the side opposite take, and I must exclude my MP, Sinans, because he wasn't there at the time. You're not in this story. But the position that the side opposite decided to take, because all of them were there except Sinans, was to impose a state of emergency, take away our personal liberties, and then to make the emergency powers regulation, which by Regulation 9 provided this, that the power to waive procurement rules, this is the power that was given, in the interest of protecting the public safety and health, the competent authority in consultation with the Minister of Finance, at this time that was one and the same person, the member for Kalani, may by order waive the application of any rules or law governing the procurement of goods and services. The Minister of Finance shall, within 6 weeks of the expiration of the proclamation of emergency, lay a report before the House of Assembly detailing A, the total expenditure of the goods and service procured, B, the supply of the goods and service procured, and C, the reason for the use of the suppliers of the goods and the providers of the service. So why did you use this person instead of Hands for Hunger? Just a little simple question. So that was the law. It had to be done. I heard the Prime Minister calling over and repeatedly for the report. I heard the Deputy Prime Minister calling over and repeatedly for the report. It never happened. Well, Regulation 23 of the Emergency Powers Regulation, put in place by the side opposite, provides, and this is general penalty, any person who contravenes the provision of any of these regulations or any order made or notice given thereunder, or incites or attempts to incite any other person to contravene any of these regulations, or any order made or notice given thereunder, commits an offense and is liable upon summary conviction before a magistrate to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 18 months or both. So if you don't comply with Section 9, you commit a criminal offense punishable under Regulation 23. These regulations were put in place by the previous administration, approved by Cabinet. As I say, I guess 3 persons would have been involved in that. That'd be St. Anne's, St. Barnabas, and Long Island. I don't believe they were in the Cabinet. And there can be no confusion over this. It was clear that this procurement was outside of the normal process from the facts disclosed by the Prime Minister, and we still have seen no report. Kalani has said in this place that if you find that he broke the law, he should be prosecuted. Kalani should bear in mind an old saying, be very careful what you ask for. You might get it. And so it is very clear that there has not been compliance with Regulation 9. And yet there is a castigation of somebody simply asking for information, as is the member for West End. Now, in this actual debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the side opposite have had basically 3 narratives. The first is that y'all are bad, y'all put VAT on breadbasket items. The second is everything that's good is the result of the F&M plans. And the third is we are going to force you to debate the fiscal report, even though that would break the law. Marco City being so big about observing the law and who is breaking the law. But those are the 3 lines that they run. Well, let's look at the first one, the VAT on breadbasket items. We can only say this, and again, I'm happy that my MP was not involved in this, because St. Anne's actually voted against the bill. The only one of them to vote against the bill in committee. Kalani was missing in action. He was somewhere other than in the divisions, but St. Anne's is the only one who voted against the bill. Everybody else voted for the bill. Everybody else voted, just as we did, to reduce VAT to 10% and to impose it on breadbasket items. And so when I hear all of this talk, it is just highly disingenuous. St. Anne's had it right, based on what you're talking about.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Yeah, we're satisfied that we registered our concern to the public about our disagreement with 10%. Well, whatever you wish to say, which is irrelevant to me. Again, we registered our concern that 10% was placed on breadbasket items and medicines, etc. We do support, certainly I support, a reduction of VAT to 10% for the Bahamian people. So there's no major controversy there. And I think you're fully aware that we could not do a division of the bill, which was the only reason we supported it in total. And there are no regrets, no retreat on that subject.
I hear you, Marco City, but when you speak about who voted for it, you have to include yourself. That's the only point. The only man on that side who is excluded is my friend
Point of order.
and my MP.
Okay.
Yeah, except though, my learned friend, you voted, your side voted for the Procurement Act, and you are today in violation. You are in violation of the Procurement Act. So when you start talking about what you voted for and how you're behaving, look at it.
Well, Marco City, you're not a lawyer, so I'm not your learned friend. You have to be learned for me to be your learned friend, and you're not a lawyer. Yeah. So that's a simple point with VAT on breadbasket items. It is abundantly clear that it was the benefits of it was seen for what they are. And we're not going to belabor this point, you know. The persons who have had the savings of the 2% will do the maths. Is the savings on the 2% on everything with escalating prices more or less than the 10%? And they will determine that. And so that's simply it. And you know, the second item is this. We hear all about cut and paste. We hear everything was followed on from what the other side did. But this report is from July to December. In August, the election was called. The government was on autopilot then for about that month. So you had basically a month of earnest work. September 16th, we took over. The curfew immediately went to 12 o'clock. Things immediately started to loose up. Business started to flourish. People could then put on 2 and 3 shifts of workers, and the economy started to run. But the side opposite would take credit for that, for the period from July to when the election was called. Well, you know, the Bahamian public can judge that. We were living before September 16th, and we can feel and know what we were living under. And we're living now in this New Day administration under Philip Brave Davis, and you can tell the difference. And so no matter how many words you put on it, that's the fact. Now let me move quickly, because it's late in the evening, as time is passing. But I like to use the words of an 18th century poet and Baptist missionary of all things to India, in the person of William Ward. And the difference between this New Day administration and the one we replace is summed up in this. And these are the 4 steps to achievement. And this must be a Baptist preacher because there's alliteration here. The 4 steps are to plan purposely. The other side had plenty plans, so they could tick this box. They plan to do a whole heap of things. Prepare prayerfully. I'm not going to judge anybody's religion, so I assume that everyone prepares prayerfully. But here is where we part company with them. In these last 2 items, you have to proceed positively and pursue persistently. That is what we do that they do not do. And if you wanted to put it in Bahamianese, if you're in the Bahamas, you know what we say, talk is cheap. Money buy land. Yes. So just in my ministry, because the Prime Minister entrusted the Ministry of National Security to me, in my ministry, let me show you some of the differences in why you need all 4. And just good planning and praying ain't enough. You know, the Bible says faith without works is dead. It's that kind of a thing. Firstly, when I assumed the chair, Marco's Alert, we had spent $3 million on that item. It wasn't ready for deployment. It hadn't been tested. And being pushed, and I have to admit this, Prime Minister, by your wife, being pushed by the spouse of the Prime Minister, we have now successfully tested with both providers, and subject to some tweaking with Apple, the system will be effective across every instrument, and the billboards will be up and working. That is the difference about planning and delivering. But it's only right that we deliver it because Marco's Alert was a promise of the late Dr. B.J. Nottage to the family of Marco Archer, and it was very good to have them there when BTC tested at the ministry. Difference between planning, and the member for Tall Pines would be aware of this, the COVID tracking app. when we came to office, in the midst of a pandemic, as the other side likes to say, there was a COVID tracking application provided by a Bahamian company, a local Bahamian company. Up to the point that we took over, we had paid $86,861 on the app out of a complete contract price of $131,000 plus. It had never been used. The contract was executed in March of 2021. In September of 2021, it had never been used. What is worse, there were no standard operating procedures. There were no meetings between health and the police and COVID enforcement, even to work out how the app would be used. And we had paid close to $90,000 for it, an app that was supposed to help us keep safe. So the talk about we just assume projects that we met in place and finished them, that is true. A lot of it is the case. If you don't know what you're doing, we will finish it for you. The next example is the most troubling one, Prime Minister, and we have to pray over this one. And this is the drone project. Because on assuming office, the other side had spent $15 million on the acquisition of drones. And I had a very troubling meeting on this. I'm learning patience, Prime Minister. I know you think I'm impatient. I'm learning patience now from you. But here is what we meant, to tell you the level of incompetence. We contracted for a submersible, an unmanned submersible, that has no grabber arm to pick up anything, that has a camera that has questionable resolution, is rated to go down 600 feet, but we got 150 feet of cable. Let me repeat that. Our submersible is rated to go down 600 feet, and the other side managed to get it with 150 feet of cable. We have quad and hex drones. They're the ones that are supposed to fly out from the nest at the police station, responding to shot spotter. The other side managed to have a system where the radio frequency that the drones operate on conflicts with the CCTV, the frequency of the police CCTV system. And so the vendor is trying to get an additional $200,000 for antennas to fix that. Well, I'm a lawyer and I have told them if they can give me a legal opinion where that's my problem, then they stand to be paid. But they were well on the way of getting an additional $200,000 for delivering drones whose radio frequency conflicts with the CCTV. Prime Minister, I told them not a possible chance that I will be paying it. And so, very simple. Doesn't get any better. The prison asked for a tethered drone, got a blimp that is filled with flammable hydrogen instead of inert helium. A blimp that can only operate properly if there is no breeze. So on the assumption that nobody shoots it down, which is very possible, it can only be used for maximum maybe 20, 30 days out of the entire year. But we paid for that. The Bahamian people paid for that. So that's what we found with this technology. It is useful, it is necessary. And when we fix it, they'll say, we took their idea and just cut and paste. We'll be cutting and pasting when we fix the submersible. We'll be cutting and pasting when we fix this blimp. We'll be cutting and pasting when we fix the quad and hex copters and get them to work properly. Yes, Central. We will cut and paste and fix y'all's problems. It's what good people do. Now, Prime Minister, as I say, you're a hard taskmaster. Your wife is a harder taskmaster than you. And it's been my privilege to work with her, and she's driven us. Marcos Alert is finished. The sexual offenders register, subject to some legal issues, are finished. The acting commissioner, the acting commissioner of police deigned to say that the intimate partner violence unit would be set up in CDU. And Mrs. Davis said, no, it can't possibly be set up in CDU. So when we come for some more money, Minister of Finance, it'll be because the spouse has determined, and I think correctly so, that persons with domestic violence, with intimate partner violence, should come to a place that would be conducive for them. In her judgment, it wouldn't be CDU, and I don't have any argument to dissuade her from that. And I suspect that she will get what she and her team are asking for. Yes. Now, yes. What happened to the crime plan? I had it under there. Kalani, yesterday said crime is spiking. He says, what is our plan? And this is the problem that I have with the other side, When you've lost, it's right there. When you've lost, it's very easy to say, you should be nice to people. You shouldn't fire people. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. Well, when you were in government, my predecessor pointed out correctly that the Minister of National Security isn't supposed to have a crime plan. Our act and our Constitution makes policing an independent function, and so the Commissioner of Police produces every year a crime plan. And he's produced one here that we, as the political directorate, have to support him. And it happens that it aligns with the blueprint for change. Just as it happens that on the day that I was sworn in, the commissioner saw fit to undo the injustice committed against current Deputy Commissioner Fernanda, Assistant Commissioner Delaveau, and Assistant Commissioner Strawn under the last administration, taking talented police officers off the front line for a reason yet unknown. These were officers who had worked in reducing crime and murder to the lowest rate ever. For some reason, it was determined that they were to be cycled out. I put it down to the government because in the new day, they came back without me even asking for them to come back. Yes. So it was clear that their cycling out was recognized as wrong. And I hope I don't overstep in saying this. And again, Sanans, you weren't in this because you weren't in the government last time. But it would be fair to say that it had to be political pressure for that to happen if a change of government results in it being undone, even before the minister takes the chair. Just as the parading of persons before the cameras must have been recognized to be wrong, because that was done without it even being sought to be done. And this is what we are talking about, respecting people and respecting their rights. But let me be very clear about this. Crime is a problem. By the time the police are involved, we have failed. Somebody has committed a crime. My primary focus will be to look at ways that we can stop people failing. So I'll be working with West End. I'll be working even with Garden Hills. I'll be working with Angliston as we seek to put in place programs that will prevent our young people failing and falling into the trap. As mandated by the Prime Minister, once you have failed, that's not the end. We will be working at your rehabilitation and putting proper steps in place so that our prison can be certified as a correctional institution. It cannot be certified at this time before this New Day government is 3/4 through its term. That is our objective, for it to be certified as a correctional institution. Because as Commissioner Clare likes to remind us, 98% of the people in prison will come out. And so you can have all the plans in the world, but as is pointed out, they have a few minutes to wrap, Ms. Deputy. As has been pointed out, all the plans in the world matters not. Faith without works is dead. I give you credit for having a lot of faith. What I criticize isn't your faith. What I criticize is your work. We undertake to the Bahamian people that we will work tirelessly to make sure that relief comes, and that relief comes in the shortest possible time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Freetown, I love you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The final speaker for in this debate, I should like to move for the House to exceed its business beyond 7 o'clock, Mr. Deputy. If I can get a second.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be moved past 7 p.m. As many are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will rise. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador.
Deputy, first of all, let me just thank everyone for participating in this lively and provocative exchange. Discourse on the midterm budget statement. Before I address some of before I get into my substantive response, just perhaps speak to two things that I omitted to capture in this. One, I heard at least 2 or 3 members opposite speak to us looking to what other countries have been done to sort of address the issue of the inflation. And I think much emphasis, at least 2 or 3 have mentioned Barbados and how Barbados had, in fact, reduced VAT on many items, had decreased the cap on gas and diesel. I think you all remember that, Yes. You all remember that? Well, it's one thing to point out what other countries may or may not have done. And yes, it is true that Barbados did propose some zero rating of certain personal care and critical items. Yes, they did cap prices on and reduce the VAT payable on gas and diesel. But they didn't just do that. So I wonder, you recommended that we do that. That we should look at those things and do it. I wonder if you'll recommend that we also add what they call a pandemic contribution levy. For example, do you recommend, as Barbados did, levying 15% on the net income of corporations? And this applies to domestic businesses, retail, sale, petroleum products as well. The same, they reduce that on petroleum products, but on the corporations, they've added 15%. Do you recommend we do that? Well, let's ask another question. Would you recommend that we in addition, that's corporation, that we add 1% on individuals earning in excess of, say, $3,000 a month. Would you recommend that?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
And that, that's in Barbados, they have income tax.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm just a little confused because question time has been adjourned to take place today. I'm wondering if we've started it now, because normally it's the leader of the opposition that gets the first question. If it hasn't started now, I appreciate that you're in the spirit.
It has to be relevant to the point of order.
This is a point of clarification.
Oh.
Relevant to the debate. Questions are being put to our side.
In the debate.
Realize the questions haven't begun.
And it's not the point of order.
Question time is coming. Okay.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Carolyn.
Well, Sir I just thought to draw your attention. The questions are, what they call it? Rhetorical? Is that what they say? And because it's one thing to suggest that we on this side are not looking at ways and means of addressing this inflationary period that we are undergoing. And then you say, look what Barbados is doing. This is what they're doing. This is what the country did. But you just don't leave it like that.
No context.
So you have to put it in the whole context. Barbados introduced at the same time a 15% corporation tax on its companies. At the same time, Barbados introduced a 1% contribution, they call it. They're calling it a pandemic contribution. They're not adding it to their income tax. They're not adding it to VAT. It's just as a separate tax. They call it a levy, a pandemic levy of 1% on earnings of their salary of workers. 1%. So when you suggest these things, I have to ask you, do you want me to consider those? Do you want me to consider that? Do you want me to consider these too? And it ain't just end there, It just didn't end there. Natural gas. Right? The cooking gas. That went up as well. See, I have it right here. And so don't just see. I must confess, I very often when I'm speaking about the pandemic challenges that we're experiencing, and I was of the view that very often you all looked at countries that were failing rather than those countries that were succeeding, to pull from them what I call the best practices to employ here. And in fact, I did raise Barbados as one of those countries you might wish to look at. But I did it in the context. I just didn't tell you, look. I look at it in the context of the results for what they would have implemented.
The chair recognizes
other things as well.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Yield or this a point of order?
Is this a point of order?
Huh?
Yes, point of order.
Point of order? Yes, point of order.
No, sorry, I normally clear
Yeah,
the chair, not the
yeah, the chair.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. For the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and Salvador is talking about context as if there is no context. Let me finish the point.
What am I misrepresenting?
You are misrepresenting that the suggestions that may I have?
Let Marco City have the floor.
Okay. During the time we were in office, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, we looked at best practices across CARICOM and hemispherically. So when members shared suggestions with the government, they were simply saying, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, they were simply saying to you that there are best practices within the jurisdiction that you can take a look at. So this point that you're making, hammering in as if we are not mindful of context, is disrespectful. We are mindful of context. We are simply saying that you're the government, you are the government, that you are the government. Let's not get technical. Let me just make the point and then allow him to go. And allow him to continue.
Members, yeah, Marco City, are you wrapping up? Marco City, are you wrapping up?
Fort Charlotte.
Marco City, members, are you wrapping up?
No, I am. I'm not sure why he needs to defend a brave. I mean, he can handle himself. Allow us to have a conversation.
Yes, okay. The chair recognizes the member for Fort Charlotte.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the honorable member wants to make a rebuttal point, he should ask the member to yield.
Which I did.
And the honorable member, the Prime Minister asked him, do you wish me to yield? He said, no point of order. But he is not raising a point of order. He cannot point to any of these provisions because they do not allow rebuttal. That's what the honorable member's doing. He's been here for a long time.
And he knows the rules.
He should know the rules. This is a debate. Use the rules.
Marco City, Fort Charlotte has the...
What's your point of order?
Best practices were being recommended, and since we came to a debate, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, colleagues were recommending to you that in such a debate, they're expecting the Ministry of Finance, the Prime Minister, would look at best practices to address inflation. That is the only point that is being made, and that's our recommendation. It's not a contentious point. We're simply saying, what are other countries doing? When you sit with your colleagues who are ministers of finance, how are they addressing inflation that might be helpful to the Bahamian people? That's the only point. That's the only point I'm raising.
Well, it's not truly a point. It's what the member is saying is now that I have pointed out to them, that quite apart from the fact that they see, it wasn't put in the context that it was not put in the context that we should. They were saying to us, we are not doing these things. We are not doing anything to help. That's the allegation. That is the suggestion. That's the assertion. I mean, I remember the member from Kalani talking about. I'm just remember Kalani saying, basically calling me an enemy of the poor. What I'm doing to the poor. Right, and the suggestion is we should do this 1%. This 1%. So what is disrespectful? What is disrespectful? What is disrespectful is to leave hanging out there that other countries are doing these things and we are not doing these things and not telling the Bahamian people as well the whole story. That yes, they're doing these things, but look what else they're doing.
Yes.
And that's the point I'm making. That's the point I make. That's the point I make, Speaker. That's the point I make. That's the point I make, Mr. Speaker. And I just I leave it there. Right. So,
Mr. Speaker, be an appropriate analogy.
Speaker, another point I'd like to address that the member spoke to. He was quoting. I think he was quoting a statement from the central bank on the bond issues and the bonds not being taken up fully, etc. Right, now that has not been anything new for the last 2 to 3 years. If you check the continuous history on how bonds have been performing in respect to the local market, you'll see that has been a challenge. Banks have been loath to take long-term bonds. They've been trying to short it. And now the issue was exacerbated after September 16th, not because of anything that we would have done, but rather because, you remember, I think the election was September 16th, and I think it was September 17th that we got the downgrade, the news of the downgrade. Remember that? Those things impact the market and how people respond to your bond issues. But if you look at the bond issues in the last 2 months, etc., you'll see it's been stabilized and it's keeping and maintaining the levels that's comparable to all other bonds by any other jurisdiction. Just check it.
But how do you check it. Go back to the market? The required resources for the finance?
Yes, and we are doing it. You are criticizing the repo.
I'm asking you a question.
Yes. I'm just demonstrating.
I'm saying you are not preparing for bond offer. That's my understanding that locally you are not preparing for bond offer.
Oh, you understood that from?
Ministry of Finance.
I see.
But it's the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah. Speaker, let me just see I can right the ship a bit. All right? Right the ship a bit. There's some other issues, things they said, but I'll leave that for another time. But let me just right the ship a bit. Both at the beginning of my presentation of mid-year budget statement and in opening the ensuing debate, I made the point of clarifying the role and purpose of the statement. It's worth saying again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the mid-year statement provides the Bahamian people with information about the government's fiscal performance against the budget targets at the midpoint of the fiscal year. It's not a budget statement. It is not an announcement of new policy positions. It is not future focused to the extent that it must necessarily set out how the government has been performing during the period being reported. That's not necessary. And so I say again, the mid-year budget statement provides the Bahamian people with information about the government's fiscal performance against the budget targets at the midpoint of the fiscal year. That's what it is. The period covered by my statement runs from July 21st to December 2021. The previous administration was not ejected from office until 16th of September 2021. And so the reporting period covers some of their time in office. I also repeat the point that this year's statement is particularly noteworthy because it is the first time in several years that it is being produced without the constraints of the emergency orders. Given that the previous administration refused to give any credible account of their spending during the past few years, the statement takes on greater import and urgency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the mid-year budget statement is not merely a courtesy. It's not a courtesy. The Bahamian people have a fundamental and legal right to know how their money has been spent. I think that is accepted by Abaco City. They have a right to know what the government has said and done in their name. And they have a right to know how far those actions are in line with what the government has promised. Therefore, it is profoundly regrettable that members opposite have had so little to say in reply to the many, many questions which were raised in my statement during the debate. They have uttered barely a word in defense of the many, many questionable practices which were undertaken by their administration, including and especially those of the member of Kalani who acted as the sole competent authority since March 2020. Chaired on.
Untrue.
With the full support.
Untrue.
I say you, know.
Untrue.
I say you, chaired on. With the full support of his team, whose evident spinelessness still beggars belief.
You were the exception.
Is this a point of order? The chair recognizes the honorable member from Abaco City.
Mr. Deputy.
Yes, sir.
This is an example of the duplicity of the other side. The member for Fort Charlotte would have transformed himself into a pauper jack, jumping up for unparliamentary language. Unparliamentary language.
Abaco City.
Unparliamentary language. I would ask you to withdraw. The same one that you just said.
Oh, please. I said a lot just now.
You said a lot? You're a brilliant man. The one that Fort Charlotte would have gotten up to protest. I said it about you.
No, I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know that.
Is it okay that I call your colleague spineless?
Oh, that's what
I'm asking you, is it okay that I do that? I'm just asking, because if people play that by that rule.
If they are, if they are, I will not.
If they are?
Yeah, if they are, I will not.
Right, so then that becomes a matter, definition.
Sorry, members, I'm asking him what he wants me to do.
Like I told you, I wish for you to not only withdraw it, I wish you to have it struck from the record, Mr. Deputy. It is inappropriate. We don't need to go down that road because there are many terms we could use to describe each other. All right, and I'd rather us not descend
are you going to withdraw
to that level.
Huh?
Are you going to withdraw?
Withdrawn.
It's withdrawn.
There you go. You just got to repeat the word you want me to withdraw, you know. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the abuse of the emergency orders, was the original sin. Under the emergency orders, the government was required to submit a report detailing expenditures, but the FNM government never complied. They never complied. And you'd have heard the member from Freetown citing the various provisions of the rules that required him to. But he never did. That's why I keep saying a lot of the conversations that attracted attention on that side and from this side would have been so unnecessary had they complied. That's what happened. That's what I miss. That's what I miss. I had a note to talk about that. The procurement bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, first of all, we do not accept that we are in breach of the Procurement Act. Nor do I accept that I'm above the law. In fact, I'm a proponent and have always been. That the rule of law is the rule of law. Rule of law. The rule of law is something that binds me. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that I don't deny that. What is interesting, what is interesting is that bill was passed in March 2021. Look at it now. Those who are listening, look at it. It was passed in March 2021. And guess what?
Before the election.
Guess what? Guess what? Let me just tell you this. When the elections were called,
16.
No, in August. When the election was called in August, right?
Yes.
In August, when the elections were called, guess what? We were ready. The Progressive Liberal Party was ready. And guess what? Guess what? They were so astounded. I said, well, what happened? We thought we caught them off guard. They look more ready than us. And surely we look more ready than them. Right? They look like they were more ready for this than us. Right? But there's something called reading the tea leaves. You see what they're doing. What they're not doing. And they weren't doing. And the next thing, when we were debating the procurement bill, we were telling them that, look, you need your regulations, the rules, because these provisions require guidance. It requires to have some of the provisions are not workable. I'm saying we said these things to them. Now, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker. So what happened now? What happened now, Mr. Deputy? So now what happened?
I rise on a point of order.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, in Salvador, by not filling in the blanks is inadvertently misleading the public. If I recall correctly, you sat on this side and you voted for a piece of legislation that you're now discussing. Your team voted for the piece of legislation that was peer reviewed internally within the Bahamas and internationally. So I'm asking, am I wrong? I'll sit. Did your team vote for the procurement bill?
Honorable member, no, this is not a question and an answer period. Either of you rise on a point of order.
How does that become a point of order? How does that become a point of order?
I'm suggesting that you are misleading the public.
Okay, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you. I never said we did not vote for the bill, So I don't know how that becomes a point of order that we vote for the bill. I never said we did not vote for the bill. I said that the bill, right? We criticized the bill, right? We criticized the bill, pointing out some issues with the bill, and we indicated as well that it was being rushed, because it came in 1 week and we're debating it the next week. Now, I know nothing about any internal review. I know nothing about any external review. The point I'm making here is you passed it in March, and then sometime, then you say it ain't gonna come in effect until September. And when I look at that bill, I say now, look here now. You know something? They really serious for this bill. Because if they were serious, they would have brought it in before the election. And it gave me a signal. This bill is such, they don't want to live with this bill. They can call the election, sometime before the bill will be enforced. And then if they win it, then they come back and do something with the bill. That's what I talk about, the tea leaves. That was the tea leaves. No, so, Mr. Speaker, so what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, so I'm saying, I deny not complying with the bill. That's your view. I say I'm not. And I'm not doing so because the bill, as in its present form, is unworkable. There are no regulations to assist you in understanding it. That's your interpretation, and that's and I move on that, Speaker. Speaker, we had a prime minister, Speaker.
What is the point of order? The point of order is that the prime minister just the member
Kit Island just made a point about the procurement bill. That's absolutely inaccurate. Inaccurate. The bill calls for individual entities to report on their contractual arrangements that they're entering into. The regulations does not prevent, let me finish the point. The regulations does not prevent water and sewage, BPL, or any other corporation from reporting the contract. It doesn't prevent them. So how does the absence of regulations?
Yes.
How does the absence of regulations?
Marco City, address your comments to me.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I fail to see how the absence of regulation, which the member for Kit Island put on the public record, that this is it is unworkable because there are no regulations. If you look at I think it's Article 61. If you look at Article 61, you would see.
Is that a point of order or opinion?
There is no requirement of the regulations that prevent any corporation from explaining who they sign contract with. You can use an Excel spreadsheet on Microsoft Word.
Are you getting to your point of order or your opinion?
The point of order is the prime minister. The point of order is the prime minister makes the point.
It's not a point of order.
I'm sorry?
Marco City, you addressed to me.
The point of order is the prime minister is indicating that the regulations are not in place, hence he is unprepared to be compliant with the law. You said it's not workable. What did you say, sir? What did you say?
Okay, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Kit Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is this, right? I hear what the minister, his thing is that we're supposed to be disclosing and reporting on contracts issued by the government. I don't deny that is a provision of the bill, but that is not the only provision. That is tied to other provisions. There's other things so he's cherry picking an item out of the bill to talk about. I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker.
Marco City, the member for Kit Island has the floor.
That's your interpretation of the bill. I deny it. And so let's move on. We have a prime minister.
Listen, members. One second. This is becoming very childish. So you're going to finish, and anybody else have anything to say after? Then you can, because we wouldn't get out here tonight, and it's getting late. So let the prime minister finish. Let the honorable member for Kit Island finish.
Thank you.
Once he is finished, Marco City and Sinans, then you can speak. That's my ruling.
Thank you.
Remember, you have the floor.
Yeah, Speaker. So I'm saying we had a prime minister spending the Bahamian people's money outside the procurement process, picking favorites and throwing millions around without having to detail or debate or defend his decisions. The right question is not how he was able to avoid following the law. That's easy. He had a compliant attorney general and a weak, complicit cabinet. The right question has always been, why? Why was he so determined to operate in the darkness? The answer is that a party that must have used the words transparency and accountability a million times in their sanctimonious statements wanted to shield themselves from these very things. What were they so ashamed of? If they're doing so well by the Bahamian people, why were they not proud to proclaim it? They seemingly spent many hours devising regulations governing the minutiae of the lives of the Bahamian people. Remember those COVID measures? Their aggressive incompetence that often resulted in chaos and confusion made the experience of the pandemic much worse than it had to have been. We well remember the crazy surname lettering system that led to crowds of people named Roland Smith lining up for hours outside food stores. Some elderly people I know collapsed in the heat. We well remember the heartless closing of the borders to Bahamians, while foreigners seemed free to be able to travel, even to bury their dog or do whatever. We well remember the reckless opening of the borders in August 2020 that led to the worst COVID surge that the country had experienced, with the number of hospitalizations and deaths skyrocketing. And we well remember how ordinary Bahamians were arrested, fined, and some cases imprisoned for even the tiniest of infraction of the emergency order, while F&Ms and their rich friends partied at weddings or wherever they felt like. We will never forget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the heartbreaking way that young man was treated for getting water from the pump to clean up after his grandfather. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and then last August, we had a situation in which an F&M government was going to the Bahamian people to ask them for 5 more years. And yet, they will not come clean on their spending during the pandemic. In their wisdom, the Bahamian people made an obvious inference. In their wisdom, the Bahamian people made an obvious inference. The F&M administration would not reveal the details of that spending because they were ashamed to reveal the details of that spending. And now we know why. If we wanted to see them in their best light, the best that could be said about the F&M's handling of the pandemic spending is that it was aggressively incompetent. Incompetent, uncompassionate, and whenever faced with a choice, they chose to benefit themselves and their wealthy friends over ordinary Bahamians. Mr. Deputy Speaker, their behavior was systematic and intentional, which is why it raises so many questions. Large sums unaccounted for, running at least into hundreds of millions of dollars of the Bahamian people's money. Unqualified, inexperienced individuals chosen to run organizations, departments, and projects. Spectacularly unqualified people awarded big contracts, sometimes for work of questionable value, and sometimes for work which appears never to have been done. Record keeping, which was completely absent or messy, and structures set up completely outside of the public service, with no level of reporting or accountability to anyone. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Bahamians are right to be worried about sins worse than incompetence, because there's a common sense question that sits at the heart of this. If the spending was so defensible, if the work done was so laudable, why didn't the F&M administration disclose and defend it? Then we all could have joined in and sung their praises, and we would not be having these conversations today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, their shyness may also have had something to do with the flimsy and laughable excuse offered for why they didn't need to comply with the law. The same government that recited the words transparency and accountability as many times as they could said they didn't need to report spending details. They said they could avoid the ordinary procurement rules, although they never actually made an order that they be avoided. And the whole time, Not a single person. The whole time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Not a single person in the Minister Cabinet, including the current leader of the FNM, had the courage, the testicular, what do they say? Fortitude. Now that's parliamentary.
Yes, it is. So look, I will use it on you can continue.
Yeah. To stand up on behalf of the Bahamian people and say what was obvious, that what they were doing was wrong. It wasn't moral, it wasn't legal, it was wrong. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, during this debate, the deafening silence continues. If there are innocent explanations to be made, they would have been provided. But neither the former Prime Minister nor the leader of the opposition denies the facts. I say the facts. Don't mind all the huffing and puffing. Making noise ain't the same thing as making an argument. I repeat that.
That's correct.
Making noise ain't the same thing as making an argument. Notice what they didn't do. Notice what they didn't do. They didn't deny the failure to disclose their spending. They didn't deny any of the relevant facts related to the spending. In respect to the food assistance program, they have not sought to answer anything about how $53 million of the Bahamian people's money was spent. No more flimsy excuses. No more flimsy excuses about accounting errors. Who received the funds? Who are funds passed on to? Where is the proof of what was spent on food for hungry Bahamians? How much were people being paid in salary and expenses? Why was the public service and every other experienced major organization excluded? I remind you, we wouldn't be having these conversations and discussions if they had done what they were supposed to do. To compare the almost $5 million in administration fees to that paid to large NGOs and other established organizations is laughable. The chairwoman of the Food Task Force, Mrs. Susan Holovesco-Larson, was being paid a salary in addition to the administration fees. And I didn't know, she was also paid another sum to hire a personal assistant. She was also paid, which was also, what is laughable, is that she was paid $30 a week as gas allowance. And they weren't running a building. They didn't have large overheads. So what happened to the almost $5 million, they say, administration fees? Almost. See, we need to understand this. See, we just see a statement speaking to, we see a statement, you see, and it's only trying to understand,
Let me understand.
But to get it to understand, and to get you to at least cooperate with us. Because if you don't cooperate, I can talk more.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Right? Who decided after a friendly chat that Canoe should be awarded a travel health visa contract? Who decided to open a separate bank account for them? Who allowed them to hang on to approximately $35 million of Bahamian people's money for more than 6 months? So that the auditor had to opine errors, fraud, and irregularities could possibly go undetected because of the lack of reconciliation. That's what the auditor had to say. As I said in House yesterday, We only have their word for it, that they've handed over all the funds. This may well be the case, but we have no evidence to support it right now. Many questions, many unanswered questions remain in relation to this health travel visa scheme, especially in relation to the millions given to an insurance company. But now, we leave that for another day. But soon enough, the truth will emerge of what transpired so that we know just how friendly those chats were. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the slush fund that was being run out at the Parks and Beaches Authority.
That you started.
Yeah.
That you started.
It's already starting to unravel. Even since my statement in the House last week, several memories and consciences appear to have been pricked. Some people seem to recall signing documents in other people's names, and others seem to remember not having done any work for contracts they were awarded. That's what's coming up now since then. I must confess that I still haven't quite recovered. I must confess, and I don't know whether you have, but I haven't quite recovered from the member for Kalani's stunning admission yesterday that he regularly, you know what I'm saying? He regularly uses 3 different signatures. Huh?
You got 3 personalities.
As the erstwhile Prime Minister, Minister of Health, and Minister of Finance, I shudder to think of the proliferation of signatures on public documents. I hope that this does not cause him difficulty in the future, when he may be asked to say more about this unusual and pioneering practice. Mr. Deputy Leader, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for members of an administration which has so little to show for their 4 years in government, they remain amazingly incapable of shame or regret. Crying in front of one's own supporters is not enough. Telling the poor people of this country that you would have looked out for them next time is not enough. The previous administration left the country with a level of suffering among the Bahamian people at an unprecedented all-time high. I'd just like to repeat some things. The shock increase in VAT by 60% placed enormous pressure on Bahamian individuals, businesses, and households, and consumer spending contracted. Before Hurricane Dorian, before COVID-19, government borrowing and interest payments had skyrocketed, which led to a tight squeeze on government spending. Debt was at 100% of GDP, which is to say that we were spending more, much more. Right? We were borrowing more than the size of our economy. Unemployment had risen with a consequent rise in misery. There had been no major investment in the economy, and a number of historically bad deals meant that the government was losing millions of dollars on white elephants, such as Grand Lucane Hotel. Many families and businesses continued to suffer from the impact of Hurricane Dorian. Very little relief had been provided to those who had lost so much, and the Disaster Reconstruction Agency appears to have been a disaster. Citizens, business, and employees continue to suffer from the stranglehold placed on them by irrational government policies and measures in response to COVID-19 pandemic. And public infrastructure was crumbling with not a single new major road, school, or clinic, not even a house constructed, not one. Since the member for Kalani places such great store by quotes in the Nassau Guardian, I'm happy, and I know, don't object until I finish. Since the member of Kalani places such great store by quotes in the Nassau Guardian newspaper, I'm happy to quote and adopt an extract from the from that same paper that he placed much store in, that was published yesterday. The Nassau Guardian of Wednesday the 16th. They printed boldly in black and white. And what they say? For the avoidance of any doubt. They didn't want you to have any doubt with this now. For the avoidance of any doubt, we will state categorically our opinion that Menace was the worst prime minister in this country's history. His refusal to accept responsibility for his bad decisions, eclipsed only by his penchant for pettiness, paranoia, and igniting ire.
One second, I'll remember. Just let him finish. Just let him finish.
Let him finish the quote.
Yeah, just let him. Yeah. No, you still have the floor, member.
No, you have to finish before her.
No, you have the floor.
Pardon me? Sorry? Pardon me? Pardon me?
These are insulting words.
16.
Prime Minister in our history.
No, yeah.
No,
That's truth. No.
Those words, that is not honorable language for the House of Assembly.
Okay, now.
That's from Port Charlotte.
No, talk to the rules.
Talk to
the rules.
33:16, a member shall not use offensive, abusive, or insulting words about either House of Parliament or any member thereof.
No, Mr.
Calling a prime minister the worst prime minister in history, that is insulting. Insulting. Abusive.
You sat
Members.
Insulting. I ask that they be strucken from the record.
Mr. Deputy, the man who said answer, there's when you speak the truth hurts. And I accept that. Just like when you insult someone, that could be hurt too. So I know sometimes you confuse the truth with insult. And though both could hurt, as you may now be hurt by the opinions expressed in the Guardian. What do you want me to do with this?
Tribune a moment ago, and now he's referring to the Guardian. Which publication is it? But in any event, he adopted them as his own words. We've had no prime minister in the history of the Commonwealth of Bahamas that has led this nation through a Category 5 disaster, that has led this nation through a pandemic, the scale of a global shutdown. It is not fair to categorize this past prime minister as the worst in the history
I didn't
of this
recognize you to be on the floor. I already made my ruling. I want him, the honorable member for Cat Island, to finish. Once he's done, then you can have the floor.
Yeah, and I could.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So I'll just. So you'll come back and invite me to withdraw this or something. So like I said, the truth hurts, insult hurts, and I know you're hurt. But the truth. The member for St. Anne's is happily married, and I've always wished you the best. Wish you the best. And so I'm just, the member loves, he put much stock in the Guardian, and he decided that he'll quote it extensively as it relates to me. I've done so now, and whatever the consequence follows. But I should just repeat it just in case when they come back, so we'll know what we're going to be dealing with if they have a response to it. And what the quote says, for the avoidance of doubt, of any doubt, we will state categorically our opinion that Menace was the worst prime minister in this country's history. His refusal to accept responsibility for his bad decisions, eclipsed only by his penchant for pettiness, paranoia, and igniting ire. Mr. Deputy Speaker, compare this some of the things that our New Day administration has achieved in just 6 short months. Now, ordinarily you'd want to compare their first 6 months with our first 6 months. But there's nothing to compare because they went on vacation. They went on vacation. But that the country knows of what we have done in just 6 short months.
Yes.
And much more to go. And you note where each of our efforts reaching the little man.
That's right.
That's where we're headed. So listen to them. We have reduced VAT to 10% on everything. We have removed the punishing cost of the travel visa for Bahamians. We have introduced free testing for COVID. We have distributed hundreds of thousands of free medical grade masks. We have expanded capacity at the hospital by hiring additional nurses and doctors. We have introduced public reforms and settled outstanding promotions and regularization of contracts. A Ministry of Education task force has been established to address learning loss of our young people during the pandemic. We have successfully reopened schools. We have become more compliant regarding our obligations concerning climate change and signed on to international agreements that will enable us to access more support to make our country more resilient. We have made a $500 lump sum pandemic bonus payment to unemployed individuals. We did that in December. We have increased pensions for members of the public service. We have launched a virtual visitation program at the Department of Corrections. We continue to hold weekly press briefings and cabinet briefings for the media. We don't chase them, we don't run them. The Department of Immigration has recruited 175 young Bahamians, which is the largest recruitment exercise in the history of the department. The new airport terminal at Ragged Island was opened. We signed a memorandum of understanding, right, to enhance technical cooperation and movement of persons with the government of the Bahamas and the United Arab Emirates. The government has partnered with the private sector to offer cash incentives for COVID vaccinations. We signed a new head of agreement for a $200 million resort for Cotton Bay Holdings in Saudi Lutra to create 500 jobs. We have reopened the straw market for the first time in nearly 20 months. We have launched industry discussions on implementing a national trade policy. We have broken ground for new housing communities in New Providence and Abaco. And we have signed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since coming to office, we have signed over $1 billion in new investments for this country. All this we have done in just 6 months. Here's what we are working to produce in the short term: to build affordable housing and provide options to rent to own, to launch the Rise program to support those in need and to assist in counteracting the inflationary measures that the inflation that we are now suffering, and young people, particularly our vulnerables. We are making progress on increasing the minimum wage. We intervened to stop BPL from raising prices and are continuing to work to keep energy prices under control. We will continue to ensure enforcement of price controls. We will centralize the importance of BAMSI and food security.
Yes.
And we will introduce new tools in the fight against crime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite the early signs that the measures that we are introducing will have positive effect on the economy, wider forces in the global economy are likely to present challenges. The inflationary pressures caused by the squeeze on supply chains and the Russian invasion of Ukraine are uppermost in our minds. We note some of the measures which are being introduced by other jurisdictions to tackle global macroeconomic challenges. For example, we note Barbados, but of course, I've discussed that when I open, but there are other issues that come with granting relief. And so we have to be balanced in our approach. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the midterm budget statement is an accurate, true, and fair reflection on the current state of the public finances. I'm grateful for and proud of the work of the many public servants who have supported us in its productions, and I commend it to the House.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, it is very disappointing that the Prime Minister was wilting under pressure and thought to use terms that were so unparliamentary in terms of, I won't dignify them by repeating them, and I know your recall is very good. You have a very good memory. You have a very good memory. So I'd like to begin, Mr. Deputy, with the first point being made by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador about failure to report COVID spending. I think he has heard in this place and in other places, the Free National Movement leadership has made it absolutely clear that every administration, including the one that I was a part of, had an obligation to report, and we stand by that. We have no difficulty with that. I've said here and in other places that we had a duty to report. I made that point absolutely clear. Let me just jump ahead to help you out. You are in violation of the law, a law that has been passed and has come into force on the 21st of September. And no, what I am is somebody who understands the law, not as good as you, but I certainly understand it. And the Prime Minister said in this place that he has difficulties with the law. The regulations are not in place. This is what has been said by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. When we demitted office, the regulations had been drafted. If the Prime Minister, if the Ministry of Finance, if the Attorney General Office had any difficulties with the regulation, they've had 6 months, Mr. Deputy, to complete the regulations. And furthermore, the regulations are not a prerequisite for complying with the Procurement Act. And in case any, Mr. Dickey will not yield. You have given us an opportunity. There is no point of order. There is no point of order. There is no point of order.
Okay, well,
Mr. Deputy, you gave us an opportunity.
1 second, hold on.
You gave us an opportunity.
Let me rule, Marco City.
My point of order.
Let me rule.
There is no point of order. There is no point of order.
Marco City.
A diatribe by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Marco City, you have to let me rule.
Possible chance that
Marco City,
get up now.
Yeah.
No,
You have to be quiet so I can rule.
Let me ask a question.
You have to be quiet so I can rule.
Can I ask?
You have to be quiet so I can rule. For Charlie, can you give him 2 minutes to wrap up? I'm giving everybody 3 minutes, and that's it. So I'm gonna give you listen. Let me.
Mr. Deputy, you made a commitment. You made a commitment that once the Prime Minister, the member for Ken Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador had completed, we would have an opportunity to address the issues that have been raised.
Members,
This member for Fort Charlotte, sit down and let the Prime Minister and myself have a conversation. You should sit down.
Okay,
and
you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, Marco City. You have the floor.
So hold on a second. You made a ruling earlier, Mr. Deputy, that the member for Ken Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador would make his point and we would be able to respond.
So you need more than 5 minutes?
No, I do not need more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, sir.
And so the member for Ken Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador suggested that the regulations were not in place. There were difficulties with the bill. The same act that I indicated was peer reviewed by a number of agencies locally and internationally. The government, the opposition then, voted for the Procurement Act. But here's what is interesting. There is no need for regulations in order for the government to comply with the Procurement Act. And for members of the public who are home listening, all we are asking the government to do is what the Prime Minister has been asking, which is that it's important to list all of the contracts that have been issued from the point that they came to power and this law came into effect. Why would the Prime Minister and the various entities of government be afraid of revealing all of the contracts and the terms that they have entered into since coming to government? The second thing is, the Prime Minister made a statement earlier that the Salvation Army, when you last spoke, that the Salvation Army was not involved in the food program. That is inaccurate. I would like to think that the information provided to the Prime Minister was wrong, but on his feet in this place, he indicated that certain organizations like the Salvation Army were not involved. That's untrue. Yes, you did. Ask for the Hansard. Secondly, that's important, and I think you should get the Hansard because he said it on his feet. Secondly, that no government official was involved in the food program. That is also inaccurate. The ministry that the member for West End and Bimini is in, I am certain he is able to find record of persons who participated in the meetings, inclusive of the former director who has retired, and that members of the Ministry of Health staff was also involved in the food program. So it is inaccurate. 3 points made by the Prime Minister, it's inaccurate. The fourth point is faith-based organizations were in fact involved in the food distribution program. So it is absolutely untrue that they were not involved in the food program. Furthermore, the Prime Minister has access to documents. So this suggestion of malfeasance, suggestion of wrongdoing, we don't have to keep talking about it. You have the Attorney General's office, you have the Ministry of National Security. So at the end of the day, this dripping of information not yet verified is inappropriate. It only does a disservice to this government that needs help from the NGO community, which, by the way, internationally, NGO communities, they are also
37 seconds.
To run operations. What happened? I can listen to you all. You all can't listen? Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Yeah, it's only a debate when you are making the point, but when we're making the point.
Marco City, you have 20 seconds.
You're hurt. I understand.
Members.
I understand you're hurt. I understand you're hurt. But you're gonna heal after this. Just pause for a moment. No, but pause for a moment. Also.
Okay. Now, Marco City. No. Marco City. No. Listen. I must tell you, you wasted enough time talking to them. I was watching the clock. No. You should not have been distracted. No. That's not my problem. Now, listen. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's. Are you okay? Because I'm going to give you 3 minutes, and that's it. Because we had enough. Start the clock. Start it over. Okay.
I have a point of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker. and it relates to Rule 3317 and the Prime Minister's words when he said that they passed the Procurement Act months before the election, and I expect they intended, if elected, to come back and change it in some way to favor them. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, by Rule 3317, imputations of improper motives and personal reflections on members shall be dealt with by the chair. And that is an imputation of improper motives by the previous administration made by the Prime Minister. And I ask that they be expunged from the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You, sir. Gentleman from Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador. Against the administration.
Against the administration.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The chair recognizes the honorable member for.
It says
You are less interested in the truth than in going home.
the rule before Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Very undemocratic.
By 3317, imputations of improper motives and personal reflections.
Members, Marco City.
On members. So that's an imputation of improper motives on members of the F&M administration under the last government. Members, plural. I ask that it be expunged, those comments from the Prime Minister, from his contribution to today's debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many as in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. It has been moved and seconded. The motion has been carried. The midterm budget report is adopted.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's now question time.
No, Marco. I mean, member. No. Hold on. Let me tell you something. No, you don't tell me what. I'm running the show here, not you. So I will ask you to sit. Please sit.
I will sit. I have to preempt.
Yeah, listen. No. I will control everything. Okay. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West and Grand Bahamas.
Mr. Deputy, when we were here last week, we promised to deal with the 4 questions that's on the table. And we now wish to deal with those questions. So, Mr. Deputy, there's no issue here. Yeah, it's in the agenda. I know it's right there.
By Rule 59, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, seats or new writs. Presentations of petitions. Presentations of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills. Committee of the whole House. Third reading and passing of bills. Consideration of Senate's amendments. Resolutions. Member statements. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committee. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. Adjournments.
No.
Oh.
That would be the regular order of business.
Yes.
Okay. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The first question is, will the Honorable Minister of Health please advise as to the timeline for the commencement of the RAN Hospital?
Thank you. I've been in this place.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you so much. I've had the opportunity to be a minister, and I've had the opportunity to be a senator twice. I've asked a large amount of questions to the side opposite. And it's been almost 15 years and I haven't gotten an answer from any of them. They're hypocritical and they have lost their way. Let me finish, because I have to express my feelings. Let me finish, man. I'm going to answer the question. Members. Listen to me carefully. I didn't speak. I didn't speak. I can answer the question, but I have a right to be upset. I have a right to be upset.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
I have been insulted in this place. I've asked tons of questions. I have asked tons of questions as a minister, twice as a senator, never got an answer. Not from you, minister. Not from you.
Yeah.
So then answer me.
I will answer you, but I have to get that off my chest. Please allow me to get that off my chest. Yes, I must. Will the honorable minister advise the timeline for the commencement of the Rand Memorial Hospital? I've answered a question about 6 times on my feet since the question was asked, because this question was asked in the early stages of our first meeting. I've made it very clear to this House that the 4-story tower that was proposed for the Rand Memorial Hospital is not the direction this administration is going. Today, I made it very clear that this administration is going to construct a state-of-the-art hospital at a new greenfield site. The member will get the answer the minute as we get the final drawings approved from the Port Authority Technical Department. We intend, with the grace of God, to break ground on that facility this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tall Pines.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
This question will be directed to the member for Pinewood. Will the honorable minister advise the honorable House when will the distribution of checks be given to approved Dorian victims?
Mr. Deputy, in answering the member for Marco City's question, the former government approved initially 2,645 applications for assistance. There are presently 3,718 homeowners seeking assistance. That's a remaining 1,073. This matter has been addressed. I have mentioned it before. I've said it to the member for Marco City. I've said it to the member for East Grand Bahama. I've said it to the member for Central Grand Bahama. We are trying to sort out, in some cases, millions and millions of dollars of invoices that are coming even to this point. There is a desire from the government to assist all of those who have applied for assistance. However, elections have consequences. Not all of the homeowners would be assisted in the form of checks. The previous government position was that they would give homeowners financial assistance from $2,500 up to $10,000. While it is the position of the present government that some homeowners will be assisted via checks, others may be assisted in the terms of small home repairs That is yet to be decided when they will commence. Those conversations have already been had. I could say that I have spoken to people from Abaco and from Grand Bahama. We know, I personally toured the East End. I personally see that those homeowners are in need. I support your position and all of the MPs from Grand Bahama who are lobbying on behalf of their constituents, who I know for a fact are in need of assistance. The government will assist. In short, it could be the space of a month or so to realistically be in a position where we could start issuing checks. The issue right now is just funding.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Deputy,
The
just
chair
as a
recognizes
point of
the honourable member.
clarification, checks are not given to the individual. It's either to the contractor or to the vendor to get materials, or a combination, but we never gave cash checks to individuals. Just wanted to clarify that.
I take you at your word,
Yeah.
Mr.
Certainly not to my knowledge. I don't know if you had a.
I have been advised by residents of Abaco, Marshall, and the Keys that checks were actually distributed. Now that could, as far as I understand, cash checks.
The chair recognizing the member for East Grand Bahama.
I am not aware that that was the policy to give checks directly into the hands of those persons.
In this place, but I could tell you that there are individuals. One I know is a leading councilman whose position was, they have a close family member that while he would have been assisted, a close family member was awaiting their check in terms of that. So it could be just cross up in communication, but I've been advised.
If I could, Mr. Deputy, just ask a follow-up to that, with Member Pinewood's permission. You had said either they may continue with the check or they may go with the home repair. Is home repair meaning a contractor would be hired to just go ahead and repair the houses? I just wanted a clarification of what that process would look like.
To answer your question, the government is making a decision, one, which of the entities are going to be responsible with regards to the small home repairs as it relates to the disaster zone. My understanding right now, the small home repairs would be just as it was done in Nassau from the hurricanes. Homes would be assessed, contracts would be given for the repair of those homes, or the issue of checks, whether it be to the contractor to do it, which basically is the same thing. That has not been rolled out.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The two questions remaining. One has been answered previously with respect to the vaccines that had expired. And the third, the fourth question, Mr. Sweeting, the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources, is not present.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The government.
Okay. Any further questions? No?
No further questions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just want to bring the House's attention to Rule 59.8. It is the duty of ministers to be in their places during question time. I'm obliged.
Okay.
Just take it. Just take it. I think it's relevant to ministers whose questions.
The question should be tabled. They were?
That's how they made it on the agenda since the 8th of December.
We will have the responses given to the speaker. Yeah. We will also submit the answers in writing.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will submit the answers.
Adjournment?
So, Deputy, I now move that the House will adjourn to the 23rd of March at 10 a.m. 23rd of March, 2022.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended until the 23rd of March, 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment. The business of the House stands as...
Deputy, I now move that the House adjourns to Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022 at 10 a.m.
The business of the House stands suspended. It's been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended until the 23rd of March, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of this House the House stands adjourned until the 23rd of March, 2022 at 10 a.m.